Participants, please be seated. Okay, let's proceed with the next agenda. Thank you very much for coming, everyone. The Honorable Guest, Rector of Universitas Brawijaya, Professor Widodo SSI, MSc, PhD, the Honorable Vice Dean for Academic Affairs, Dr. Afifuddin Latif Adirejo, SP, MSc, the Honorable Professor Kurniatun Haria, and the Chief of Today International Conference, Dr. Syahrul Kurniawan.
Head of all departments and study programs in Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Brawijaya. Our keynote speakers for day 1, Professor Didik Suprayogo, PhD from Universitas Brawijaya, Professor Wu Bingfang from Chinese Academy of Science, Enik Ekowati, SSI, MA, MSA from Directorate of Conflict Interest, Tenurial Affairs and Customary Forest Management, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Dr. Jeroen Kroot from Wageningen University and Research, Netherlands. All lecturers, staff, students of Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Brawijaya, and all the presenters and participants. Well, distinguished guests, for the next session, we will listen to the opening speech and report from the Chief Committee of the Church ICFI FLN, Dr. Syahrul Kurniawan. To Dr. Syahrul Kurniawan, time is yours.
Baik, mohon izin Pak Rektor, Pak Dekan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Brawijaya, Professor Widodo SSI, MSc, PhD, Math Science. The Dean Faculty of Agriculture, and today with the Vice Dean of Academic Affairs, Dr. Afifuddin Latif Adirejo, SPMSI, the Honorable all keynote speaker, Dr. Jeroen Kroot, Dr. Jin Susi, Dr. Afendi Hasan, Profesor Dr. Didik Suprayogo, Profesor Wu Bingfang, Puspita Suryaningtya, dan Enik Ekowati. Distinguished presenters, participants, and guests, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure and a sense of immense anticipation that I welcome you to the third International Conference on Environmental, Socio-Economic, and Health Impacts of Sustainable Land Management. This gathering represents a convergence of brilliant mind, innovative idea, and transformative vision, all coming together to explore, share, and shape the future of land resource management and its potential to support the health of degraded and mining lands. Soil Science Department, Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Brawijaya, organized this conference to provide an opportunity for people from academic, government, organization, and industry to discuss the opportunity and challenge of sustainable land management implementation in the dynamic landscape to manage the multiple goals in the 21st century. As you may know that over the next 2 days, we are presented with an extraordinary opportunity to explore into five topics such as sustainable land management and land restoration for supporting food security, sustainable land management and land restoration for resilient agroforest ecosystem. And then the third is sustainable land management and land restoration to support green economy. Fourth, optimizing integrated approach and smart farming system for restoring land, achieving sustainable land management. And the last topic is sustainable land management for healthy life, human, livestock, and fishery, as well as environmental. In this international conference, we invite 7 keynote speakers from many countries that will lead us to the further discussion of our main topics. The first is Dr. Jeroen Kroet from Wageningen University and Research, Netherlands. Dr. Jin Suchi from Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. And then Dr. Afendi Hasan from University Malaysia Sabah. Professor Didik Suprayoko from Universitas Brawijaya. Professor Wu Bingfang from Chinese Academy of Science, China. Welcome in Malang, Prof. Wu Bingfang, and also Dr. Afendi Hasan. And then Ibu Puspita Suryani Tias from National Development Planning Agency, Bappenas, Indonesia, and Ibu Eni Ekowati, SSI MAMSA, Director of Tenurial Conflict Handling and Customary Forest, the Ministry of Environmental and Forestry. We also have presenters and participants from various countries such as Indonesia, Malaysia, Netherlands, India, Japan, Hungary, and Ethiopia that will join the lively discussion during the conference. We received a total 74 abstracts, but only 53 participants continue for the submitting the presentation material. And then the last, on behalf of all the organizing committee, thank you very much for your presence and participation in this conference. Let us embark on this journey and exploration, learning, and collaboration with optimism and enthusiasm for a greener and more sustainable world. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Syahrul Kurniawan, for the speech and the report.
Now we would like to invite the Vice Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, who is delivering the speech on behalf of the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Brawijaya. Please welcome Dr. Afifuddin Latif, SP, MSc.
Good morning, everybody. The Honorables, our rectors, Professor Widodo, Honorable Professor Kurniatun, the head of Department of Soil of Faculty of Agriculture, distinguished guests, colleagues, and participants. It is my distinct pleasure and honor to welcome you. You are here in person or joining us virtually from across the globe to the third International Conference on Environmental, Socio-Economic, and Health Impacts of Sustainable Land Management. On behalf of the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture of Brawijaya University, it gives me pride to host researchers, policymakers, practitioners, and students. I thank much our distinguished keynote speaker and all participants for contributing the success of this event with your valuable insight and expertise. At this year's conference, we focused on the critical theme of sustainable land management and land restoration. The sustainable land management is our effort to address global issues such as food security, ecosystem resilience, green economy, and healthy life. At the Faculty of Agriculture, Brawijaya University, we recognize the interconnectedness of environmental, socio-economic, and health impacts. This conference reflects our deep commitment to contributing solutions that support the global sustainable development agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is particularly special this year as we proudly celebrate the 64th anniversary of the Faculty of Agriculture at Brawijaya University. I would like to express my gratitude to the organizing committee for their dedication and hard work in putting this conference together. Last but not least, I hope that you all find this conference both inspiring and productive. Once again, thank you a lot for joining us, and I wish you all successful conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
KMST for the speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the next agenda, we will have the opening speech delivered from the Rector of Universitas Brawijaya to Professor Widodo, SSE, MSc, PhD, Med Science. The time is yours.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are welcome all of you to the third international conference on environment, socio-economic, and health impact. And it is honor to gather with you today to confront the urgent challenge related to the land degradation, sustainable management, and restoration. On behalf of Universitas Brawijaya, I warmly welcome to our distinguished all of participants, especially the keynote speakers, esteemed guests, and all of the participants that present today. So in this year's, I think it's a very important theme regarding the sustainable land management and restoration. And this theme, I think, is really relevant with today's conditions. So recent estimations indicate that approximately 1.6 billion hectares of land worldwide are degraded. This is representing about 1/4 of the planet's total land area, very huge. And this crisis severely impact on food security, water quality, and biodiversity. And in Indonesia, if this data is strong, I think estimated around 24 million hectares of land are degraded, primarily due to unsuitable practices like mining, deforestation, and agriculture expansions. So this issue is not only harm to the environment, but also affect to the livelihood of millions of the people. So over the next 2 days, we will engage with the leading experts from agriculture, forestry, environmental science, and public health. Our keynote speaker, I think from various countries, Netherlands, China, Malaysia, and Indonesia. We hope that all will share regarding the innovation solutions such as smart farming, ecosystem management, which are very vital for addressing land degradations. Ladies and gentlemen, land degradation is not just environmental issues. It's a threat for food security, water availability, and human health. And this livelihood of the million depending on the effective of land management, especially in the developing countries, yes, like Indonesia. So there's a lot of issues that maybe we can discuss during this seminar. And also we encourage all of you, all of the participants actively and share the insight and knowledge. And of course, the important thing is making discussion for further collaborations. And also I would like thanks to especially our keynote speaker today and all of the professors that attend for this seminar. Thanks for the Prof. Didi. Thank you so much. And Prof. Cahyo, Prof. Yayu, and Prof. Kurniatun. And of course, we thank special our guest from China Academy of Science, Professor Wu Bifang. So thank you so much for coming. And I saw that you have been as a professor in the Tianjin University, right? I've been visited as very good university. So we would like to have more collaboration with you, especially with various countries, especially to China, is very important for us. And also welcome to Professor Effendi Hassan. Thank you so much. We hope that we have more collaboration also with Malaysia. And all of the participants, thank you so much for the coming and discussing with very critical and special issue. This is not only for Indonesian, but I think also for human being globally. I think that's all that I want to say. And one more again, we hope that this conference will productive, initiate for more collaborations and discussions to solve the human problem, especially in the land degradations. So by mention the name of Allah, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So this conference on the sustainable land management and land restoration officially open. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Aisut Pustiswa. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Of Agriculture, Universitas Brawijaya. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be a performance delivered by Bengkel Seni one of the student activity unit in Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Brawijaya. And this is the traditional dance from Banyuwangi, Tanjung Gemilang.
Son sido rasa kalah rasa ini mengenang
Barang tangan dan minum kari tentra hati apa orang kini kutul lihatan mulo ojo sampai mati obor seduluran salawas
Thank you so much, Michael Seni, for delivering such a beautiful performance.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the main agenda of today's conference, we would like to invite all of you to join us for a photo group session. So please make your way to come in front to the designated area so we can capture this beautiful moment together. Please. Yes, for all the participants and guests,
Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check.
check. Check.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we start our plenary session, there will be a coffee break for 10 minutes. Do not forget to come back to this main hall for the plenary session, and please enjoy your coffee break. See you later.
Welcome to Universitas Brawijaya. Universitas Brawijaya has once again been recognized as the most sought-after campus in 2023. Let us examine some possible factors that contribute to its prestigious status. The quality of Universitas Brawijaya is renowned worldwide, as evidenced by numerous accreditations from national and international institutions. This commitment to quality is in line with its vision to become a pioneer and reformer with an international reputation in science and technology, particularly in support of culture-based industries for the betterment of the community. Universitas Brawijaya offers a wide range of study programs, with 18 faculties and 185 study programs available across its 4 campuses, catering to the diverse interests of prospective students. Itself on a sports amenities and campus-wide Wi-Fi connectivity. Since its establishment in 1963, Universitas Brawijaya has successfully produced thousands of outstanding graduates. The university is dedicated to cultivating independent, disciplined, and competitive individuals, equipping them with the skills needed to succeed in the global workforce. Many of its graduates have successfully secured employment or pursued further studies abroad. Located in the city of Malang, Universitas Brawijaya benefits from its reputation as an educational hub, offering a pleasant We welcome you to join Universitas Brawijaya, and together, let us build a noble future.
Here, in the Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Brawijaya, our vision is to become an entity that plays an active role in the development of science, technology, and of agricultural management.
The agricultural sector plays an important role in social, economic, environment, and rural development. The Faculty of Agriculture has a vision of becoming higher education. We play an active role in the development of agricultural science with a focus on environmental sustainability, tropical agriculture, and agroforestry, realized through providing education, research, and community services. We will be committed to always providing the best performance and the latest innovation according to development in science, while collaborating with all stakeholders at national and international levels.
The Faculty of Agriculture has 5 departments. Agricultural Socio-Economic Department facilitates students to learn applied research for scientific development and policy establishment.
Agricultural Socio-Economic Department, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Brawijaya, is committed to becoming an international standard and play an active role in socio-economic development. We focus on producing high-quality graduates with excellent knowledge and skill demanded by the market and professional industry. Our department has 5 specialized laboratories to support diverse areas of study and research, including agriculture, economic and development policy, agribusiness, communication and extension, agribusiness production and management, also the rural sociology and community empowerment. Our comprehensive approach combines theoretical knowledge with practical experience to facing development of agricultural sector in the future.
The main hall, a large room for workshop, seminars, talk shows, and other necessities, is used for special occasion. The meeting room, to hold a meeting and formal discussion. The multimedia room provides students to achieve further learning about their soft skills. The computer room is used for Soil Science Department provides knowledge about land and soil management in order to avoid mismanagement of land resources that could lead to natural resource damage and ecological crisis.
The Department of Soils manages 3 study programs, including Master in Soil and Agroecotechnology with an interest in land resource management. While in the Research and Community Services, the Department of Soil focus on nature, land and forest resource management, soil chemistry and fertility, soil biology and health, irrigation, soil physics and soil conservation. And watershed health, precision agro technology. To support implementation of research, the soil department is supported by 4 labs.
Considering all the aforementioned factors, it is clear to see why Universitas Brawijaya remains the most highly esteemed university in Indonesia. We welcome you to join Universitas Brawijaya, and together, let us build a noble future.
Here in the Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Brawijaya, our vision is to become an international standard agricultural education institution that plays an active role in the development of science, technology, sustainable management of natural resources, and the development of agriculture management.
The agricultural sector plays an important role in the social, economic, environment, and rural development. The Faculty of Agriculture has a vision of becoming an international institution of agricultural higher education. We play an active role in the development of agricultural science with a focus on environmental sustainability, tropical agriculture, and agroforestry, realized through providing education, research, and community services. We will be committed to always providing the best performance and the latest innovation according to development in science, while collaborating with all stakeholders at national and international level.
The Faculty of Agriculture has 5 departments. Agricultural Socio-Economic Department facilitates students to learn applied research for scientific development and policy establishment.
Agricultural Socio-Economic Department, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Brawijaya, is committed to becoming an international standard and play an active role in socio-economic development. We focus on producing high-quality graduates with excellent knowledge and skill demanded by the market and professional industry. Our department has 5 specialized laboratories to support diverse areas of study and research, including agriculture, economic and development policy, agribusiness communication and extension, agribusiness production and operation management, agribusiness financial and marketing management, also the rural sociology and community empowerment. Our comprehensive approach combines theoretical knowledge with practical experience to facing development of agricultural sector in the future.
The main hall, a large room for workshop, seminars, talk shows, and other necessities, is used for a special occasion. The meeting room, to hold a meeting and formal discussion. The multimedia room provides students to achieve further learning about their soft skills. The computer room is used for tests and exams. It also provides a podcast and live streaming room for the students to openly express their ideas, thoughts, and opinions related to agriculture. Agronomy department facilitates students with technology and knowledge that meet an international standard.
Our department focuses on yield quality through improvement crop production. Our activity interests in the laboratory and also field activity involve in plant physiology, plant breeding, environment, and climatology. Besides that, Department of Agronomy has 2 technical unit activities as the biotechnology and tissue culture. Hopefully, students are graduated from our department has the huge competency that require on the agriculture workplaces in the future.
Laboratories are provided to support students' researches and learning. The Laboratory of Plant Physiology studies the process of plant life. The processes in which plants perform physical, chemical, and biological processes. The Laboratory of Crop and Environment contributes to the resource management of marginal land. The Plant Breeding Laboratory helps students learn the skills necessary for plant breeding that is related to genetics, biotechnology, and cross-technology. The Laboratory of Climatology assists in the field of climate for determining the suitability of plant environment.
Tissue Culture Laboratory is a laboratory dedicated to lectures, observations, and research in the field of plant tissue.
Soil Science Department provides knowledge about plant and soil management in order to avoid mismanagement of land resources that could lead to natural resource damage and ecological crisis.
The Department of Soils manages 3 study programs, including Master in Soil and Water Management, undergraduate program of Forestry and Agroecotechnology with an interest in land resource management, while in the Research and Community Services, the Department of Soil focus on natural resource management, both agricultural and forestry, with various fields of study, including soil science, land and forest resource management, soil chemistry and fertility, soil biology and health, irrigation, soil physics and soil conservation, and watershed health, precision agriculture, tropical forestry, forest conservation, and agrotechnology. To support the implementation of research, the Soil Department is supported by 4 laboratories, such as the Laboratory of Soil Chemistry, Soil Physics, Soil Biology, and Land Resource Information System. Department of Soil has International Research Center for Management of Degraded and Mining Lands and Research Group of Tropical Agroforestry. Department of Soil has a distinctive feature that becomes an advantage, such as learning and research activities focusing on case study and developing science and technology to solve the problem related mismanagement in natural resource, including agriculture land and forestry. Let's come and join with Soil Department for better future and for achieving sustainable development goals.
The Chemistry Laboratory focuses on multifunctional land management landscape, soil fertility degradation, fertilizer design and development. Physics Laboratory provides an understanding of the mechanism governing physical soil behavior and their role in the biosphere. The Biological Laboratory studies soil biological properties, which are very important in terms of organic matter decomposition, mineralization processes, nutrient cycling, and other processes in the soil. The GIS laboratory develops land resource mapping techniques, including the development of land survey methods and land evaluation. The Plant Pest and Disease Department identifies any kinds of threats to plants in order to preserve them. Preserving plants' health is very important to maintain food availability.
Department of Plant Pest and Disease, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Brawijaya, has a vision to be an excellent department with international standard, contribute to develop of plant pest and disease management based on agroecosystem management through education, research, and community service to achieve sustainable agriculture. Our department offers a comprehensive study plant pest and disease by integrating theoretical knowledge and practical application that cover a subject including plant pathology, entomology, integrated pest management, biological control, and pesticide toxicology. At this time, Department of Plant Pest and Disease is responsible for managing the undergraduate program of agroecotechnology.
Ladies and gentlemen, we finally get to the main session of the event.
There will be two sessions for our plenary session, and each session will be led by a moderator. Our first moderator is Insinyur Aditya Nugraha Putra, SPMP. So this is Insinyur Aditya Nugraha Putra MP as our first moderator for today. He is currently a student at Slovak University of Technology in Bratislava, Slovakia, and Insinyur Aditya Nugraha Putra MP is also lecturer in Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Brawijaya, starting from 2015 until now. And he is also land system mapping project consultant in Geospatial Information Bureau of Indonesia, starting from 2019 until now. And he is also working as a researcher in crop biomonitoring project in UNISCAP for this year. And Insinyur Aditya Nugraha Putra has also several research of interest, which is including the remote sensing and pedology. Without any further ado, let's just call this is Insinyur Aditya Nugraha Putra. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, keynote speakers, and all of participants. Welcome to the plenary session of International Conference on Environmental, Socio-Economic, and Health Impacts of Sustainable Land Management 2024. It's an honor to be here with you. And we have also privilege because we have two esteemed keynote speakers here who will share their knowledge and experience to us. And maybe we can invite both of them, Professor Didik Suprayoko and Professor Wu Bingfang, to have a stage in front of us. Please welcome Professor Didik Suprayoko and Professor Wu Bingfang. Before we starting our presentation today from both of them. Let me introduce Professor Didi Suprayogo and also Professor Wu Pingfang. Professor Didi Suprayogo is a professor that focus on the watershed management and also soil and water conservation, agroforestry, soil health, sustainable agriculture, climate change, and he has extensive professional experience in applied research, teaching, training, strengthening farmer group and local government official. Also, he is consulting and providing technical assistance. He completed the education in 1984 as from the Soil Science Study Program of University of Brawijaya, and completed in 1991 from the Soil and Water Management Wageningen Agriculture University. And in 2000, for the PhD, he completed the agroforestry or biological science from Imperial College London University. There are so many professional experience, I think, such as writer of scientific article, local biodiversity conservation in Sigi, and also book writer of watershed management. And there are so many professional experience that not mentioned in the presentation. And our second presenter is Professor Wu Pingfang. Let me introduce Professor Wu Pingfang. Professor Wu Pingfang focus in remote sensing methodologies and application in agriculture, water resource, and ecosystem, especially in crop monitoring, evapotranspiration, and droughts. He completed the education in 1989, environmental planning and management in Tsinghua University, and we can see in the presentation in this curriculum vitae, there are so many professional experience, such as professor at Aerospace Information Research Institute in AIRCAS, co-chair of QGLAM flagship since 2009, and there are so many experience. So before we starting the presentation from our keynote speakers, we have a rule. Each keynote speaker have 30 minutes for presenting the presentation, and after that we have 20 minutes for discussion. We have audience from offline and also online that present in here. And for the first presentation, please welcome Professor Didi Suprayogo to present on optimizing integrated approach and smart farming system for restoring land, achieving sustainable land management. Please welcome. Time is yours, Pak Didi.
Thank you, Pak Adit. I will stay there. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Prof. Wu Pingfang, good morning. Thank you for coming. Pak Fendi, meet again. And Bu Eni and Dr. Jurun and Dr. Kinsu, I think thank you for attending this meeting. Would you please? Okay. Yeah. Today I would like to share about. First, I would like to congratulate my colleague, Professor Yulia Nuraini. Please stand up. Just voting as a professor in Brawijaya University. Thank you. Okay, thanks, Bu Yulia. Yeah, today I would like to address the topic of optimizing integrated approach and smart farming system for restoring land and then achieving the sustainable land management. I think that's already come. As we face the climate change and the land degradation, we must adopt the holistic solution that blend traditional knowledge and the modern technology. Okay, please continue. Next slide, please. Well, today I would like to share with you regarding the restoring of land and achieving the sustainable agriculture, and then current status of the land degradation, and then current challenge in the land degradation and management, and then importance of the land restoration, and then how we integrated of the land restoration with smart farming, we call it, and what is the challenge of this and how to monitor, and then later on we try to conclude. Okay, please, next slide. Okay, there is some technical issue, problem. Well, if we can see in here, according to the UNCCD, in 2030, they are alarming us the rate of at least 100 million hectares of healthy land is lost each year due to land degradation. I think this is a big issue that also happened in Indonesia. Please, next. Okay, if we can see in here that the pressure on the global land resources is greater than another time of human history currently, and that somewhere around 40% of the world is degraded, is found in the area in the highest level of the poverty. So this is another issue that we should addressing, and that by 2020 or 2050, the reduce of global agriculture yield and by average 10 until 50% of this. And then by 2050, around 700 million people is projected to have migrated to another place due to the land degradation. And avoiding this land degradation through the sustainable land management and restoration should be generated the economic benefit up to 1.4 trillion per year. So that some advantage on if we addressing the land degradation. Next, please. It's also mentioned in the UNCCD, the current status of the land degradation is alarming. Somewhere around 25% of the Earth's surface area, affecting approximately the livelihood somewhere around 1.5 billion people worldwide have an effect of the land degradation. And then soil degradation is due to the erosion, and then nutrient depletion, and also desertification is significant contribution, particularly to the regeneration agriculture. And then also deforestation is also continuing. Somewhere around 30 million of hectare forest is annually lost to that area. And then another issue is about water scarcity. Somewhere around 40% of the global population have affecting for the water scarcity. Of course, this will be impact on the economic and the economic of the human life. Okay, next, please. So this is some list that the issue of the current challenge of the land management. If we can see in here, first is the issue is the unsustainable agriculture practices. And then the second is the climate change, that we should pay attention on that. And then the third is about the water scarcity, and then as to any land use conflict. I agree with you. It is, I think it's also the issue, so your work is very important for that. And then the another thing is about the week of the governance. I think this is the week of the governance is another issue. And also now it's also happened in Merauke, in Indonesia, especially. It's about socio-economic pressure about using the land that can affecting on the land degradation. So the another thing that with this presentation is about the lack access of modern technology. So I think this issue is addressing in the near future. So how we integrated about the land restoration, deserting land degradation, and then climate change mitigation, water and soil conservation, and then conservation biodiversity, economic impact, and regarding with the food security. How we work together in that system, I think this is the issue, how we integrate it in the landscape. Next, please. So, integrated approach of the land restoration on the sustainable management needs some holistic management practices. And then how we manage the land degradation or land sustainable land management, I think the idea, some discussion is about based on the watershed resource-based management or watershed-based restoration. And then another thing that sustainable land management, I think is the issue how we addressing for approaching integrated approach on the land restoration. And another issue is about how the participation of the community, and of course the policy, and then other thing is the multidisciplinary approach. And so that's why the title of this meeting, of this my presentation, is how we technical and data driven on the solution to approach this issue. Yes. Next slide, please. As we can see in here, land is a complex system, provide essential ecosystem services supporting food production, and then biodiversity, nutrient cycle, water regulation, climate control, and etc. So we have some challenging how we integrate it with SDGs issue, and how we protecting and restoring the land, especially in the SDGs 15. Poverty, zero, hunger, clean water, and etc. is a part of the how we addressing for this land degradation. Next. The sustainable land management, as we can see in here, is the use of the land resources, soil, water, and animal plant to meet the human need while ensuring the long-term resource productivity and environmental function. And how we maximize economic and social benefit while maintaining ecological support for this system. This is addressed by the UNDP. Next, please. So the another approach is how we approaching on the watershed scale, So how we integrating conservation area, reservation, and then sustainable agriculture in the landscape, how we manage this land. I think this is part of the management on the sustainable land management technology. Next, please. This is a part of the component of the technology for the sustainable land management. Can be integrated soil management, vegetation management, and then grazing, water management, and how we combining to get the impact on land productivity, addressing climate change, and the other issue that should be maintained in the landscape area. Yeah. Next, please. This is a most wide used developing by the FAO for participatory approach. Usually, the field school is using for the landscape management. There is some participatory planning to the micro spatial plan and the micro catchment or micro watershed, and how the people moving to restore the watershed management through the participatory approach. And then come with the watershed forum. Maybe next week we will have meeting on the watershed forum. Next, please. So another thing that the issue of the integrated approach is the effective regulatory policy for clear set of the procedure enabling institution, local, regional, national, international level for platform of negotiation knowledge exchange to the people with different stakeholders. Next, please. Next slide. And another issue that come out for this integrating is we call it sustainability and domain. So different kind of knowledge is integrating together, working together in the landscape for improving land resources management. Next, please. So with this, then come out with the smart farm, where the smart farm is related with the such kind of precision agriculture with different. Sorry, I have not come to the sensor, and then software, and then connectivity, location, robotic, and data analysis. How we integrate it with natural resources management in the catchment area. Yes, next please. In some example that our colleague Bu Istiqanita is proposing. Where is Bu Istiqanita? Okay, thank you. Maybe you can explain. Proposing the smart farming in the greenhouse, utilizing the sensor, second temperature, humidity monitor, combined with software, robotic, and so. And that this approach is hopefully can effective to cope a part of the sustainable land management. Next, please. I think this is the smart farming in the greenhouse. Next, please. This is some setting that we try to our campus near the next process, and then some places in Indonesia also doing this smart farming in greenhouse. Next, please. And this work from Pak Heru is working in the agroforestry using LoRaWAN and then IoT technology, and for the microclimate system, how we automating the agroforestry in the system using the smart farming system. He just finished for her doctoral degree using this approach. This is some example of the smart farming that apply in several places. Of course, in the world is quite a lot doing this work. Next, please. This is a work by Isatul using the biochemical and robot probiotic application using the for soil temperature and what we call it soil measurement with measurement in the field using the biodiesel. That's also affecting increasing the potatoes yield. Then the monitoring with some sensor and then software Arduino. That's quite simple software. It's also for optimizing, applying for application of the conservation agriculture in the field. Next, this is just close by for our institution. That Perum Jasa Tirta in the water management try to manage flood forecasting in the warning system for flood area in the water set. Working since 1990, and some work is already done and can reduce the flood effect in this water set area. So this is some work from Perum Jasa Tirta. Next, please. This is the system that they developed in Perum Jasa Tirta for measuring the flood, for measuring the water quality, and then for improving water set management in the area. Next, please. This is some system that they using telematic scheme in that area. Next. This is some system that they use for improvement on the monitoring of the water quality and in the water set area. Next, please. And this is the decision spot that monitoring in the one station that can see what is happening in water set. Is there any problem for flooding in the soil? Then for the decision spot in this area. Yes. To synergize between integrated approach and smart farming implementation, so there is some cumulative use of the technology, and then precision resource management, and then sustainable intensification, and then data-driven decision making, and then planning model manipulation, and scaling the solution for solution, and how we develop the collaborative platform. Next. And then the current issue of optimizing integrated approach in the smart farming system, restoring and achieving sustainable land management is about the technological adoption and access, and then data-driven decision making, and then sustainability metric on the monitoring, and how we integrating traditional and modern practicing, and then climate change and environmental impact, and then project and regulatory support, and how economic viability, of course, about the biodiversity and ecosystem service, and then farmers education is also part of this approach. Next. How we integrating, I think there is some publication, somewhere around 21st step how doing this, and integrating the smart farming. Please, next. I think this is the step, 20 step, and somewhere on in here about 10 and 11 is about the smart farming, integrated where smart farming, and then decision development of the support. I think is how we integrated this. And next step, and how we monitoring what is something work or not with the minus and plus, and then we can evaluate the integration in this system. Next, please. I think the next challenge of the optimizing integrated approach and smart farming system in sustainable management is high cost and then about the lock of the industry, and then some social sustainability, and then some problem of the social and so I think there's some list of the challenging in the near future. And if we already establish this farming system in the integrated management, of course, we need some monitoring and evaluation, optimizing integrated approach in the smart farming. So the one is about how we defining the key performance indicator, and then use the remote sensing and GIS to monitor, and then of course monitoring the soil and water quality monitoring, and then data driver decision making. Come to the conclusion, holistic approach on the sustainable land management, combining with integrated land management method with smart farming technique, promote long-term sustainability by addressing both ecological and agriculture needed. And then the second is synergy between technology and ecology is integration needed in the near future. Next. And then improving the productivity and ecosystem resilience is a part of the need in the near future. Next. And then how to scalability and adaptability of this technology in the near future is some needed. And the last is the collaborative and partnership implementation in the field is some challenging in the near future. I think this part of my presentation, hopefully that will be make some future thinking and some future discussion. Thank you very much, Pak Adit.
Okay, give applause to Professor Titik Suprayogo for the insightful presentation. We got so many points like land degraded issues and then land use conflict and how to achieve the sustainable land management from defining the key using remote sensing and GIS, soil and water monitoring and data driven, and also some information about the smart farming. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Titi. And now we move to the second speakers. Please welcome Professor Wu Pingfang. Give applause to Professor Wu Pingfang. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the invitation to attending the third international conference on environmental, social, economic, and health impacts of sustainable land management. My presentation is title is using innovative space methods to monitor global diversity for resilient agriculture. Did you find it? Okay, this is an initiative called Global Diversity, Global Bind. And I'm Wu Pingfang from Chinese Academy of Sciences, Aerospace Information Research Institute. Next, please. We all know the feeding people is a big challenge. And even for the future, because the population is increased, 2050 global population will increase to 10 billion. So in other cases, the feeding people is is a big challenge. And but how to feed people is there are a lot of solutions to solve these issues. One of the solutions, if we using current global land or without destroy biodiversity and the nature or the increasing greenhouse gas emission is one of best solutions for us. However, it's not easy to learn about because food system is impact has a large influence by the other impacts, like business models, cultures, and political, economical, and geostrategies. All those things has impact to these solutions. And these solutions, if we don't consider this impact, cannot be a success. So in the previous presentation by the Professor Tikit, he proposed a lot of solutions, some more farming, all those things. But what is the impact of those solutions to the environmental, to the social, economical, and also to the health? This is a big issue. And then there are a lot of evidences also shows under nutrition and more nutrition fundamentally selecting human beings in the long run. This is also a big issue. And then one of solutions is the mainstream solution is to develop intensive agriculture. Yeah, everywhere, even in the Southeast Asia, many people also think of development of the intensive agriculture. In order to feed the population. However, this intensive agriculture might simplify agricultural sectors and also reduce biodiversity and potentially will lead to ecological instability. So this is modern mainstream agricultural practices, the ways. And also create soil and biodiversity, and also contribute to climate change. And furthermore, this kind of modern intensive agriculture is hardly applicable for the petty ecosystems, particularly in the Southeast Asia. So there are a lot of evidence shows the intensive agriculture has a negative environment issue impact on nations. Next, please. And also in the SDG, UN SDGs, there are 17 goals. One of them is second one is zero hungers. And these goals, there are 8 targets. The several targets are relevant to these issues. For example, more nutrition, resilient agriculture, and the genetical diversity. All those things are mentioned in these goals. But there's a lack of data and the methodology to address these issues. Next, please. So that's why we are thinking the crop and crop diversity is one of very essential issues to address the food security in the overall, and also is to mitigate the impact of intensive agriculture, and also to address the need of SDG 2 of this. And crop and cropping diversity including 3 different aspects. First, there's a variety of the one crop, and also genetical differences. And the second is the crop species. You have different crops. I think when I travel from airport to Malang, I see a lot of crop species differences. And the second one, and the third one is the agricultural landscape, because From time to time, the global rotation and their success also are changes. This is the global and the global diversity. But how this diversity has an impact on other one? In the past, in fact, global diversity have 75 of global genetic diversity, and some of trace has been lost in the 20th century, last centuries. Currently now, 3 stable crops provide more than 50% of what we need. This including rice, maize, and wheat. These 3 stable crops. It's a major food for us. And 12 crops plus 5 animals will provide 75 of the world calories of the sperm. So you can see over the world, whatever you're in the world where you are, food supplies and the diets become the more similar worldwide. The same way, even I'm living in Beijing, you are living in Malang, and 5,000 different distance, but the food we eat may be the similar. So you can see this lose a lot of food and the global diversities. Next, please. But this has a big issue for the human being, for our society, because global diversity can prevent, can preserve valuable genetic resources, and also the global diversity can also ensure national nutrition security, which is related to the dietary diversity and the human health. You are maintaining human impact of another one. So in fact, the global diversity, there are several impacts on the human, on genetic, on our dietary, and on our health of resources. Next, please. And also the global diversity is, if you compare with intensive agriculture or with monocrops, the global diversity can improve the multiple ecosystem services of agroeconomics in the field and farm and landscape systems. For example, global diversity can stabilize food productions as much as irrigation. As previous president also mentioned, irrigation is a key issue to stabilize the food productions. But the global diversity can active the same as irrigations to stabilize the food production. And also, if you look in the larger scales, not only on the field, but if you look in the larger scales, like whole country or whole island here, then this stabilization even play more significant roles than the local area. Next, please. This is for the crop diversity, but also for the cropping diversities. The cropping diversity also can improve the yield. The grain yield in the intercrop systems can be 22% higher than the monocrop cultures. And also increasing crop rotation diversity can enhance the yield around about 16% of that. Next, please. And also in fostering the temporary global diversity can reduce the use of herbicide and the pesticides of these ones to reduce the cost, but also then can be also good for the health of the other ones. And one more, yes. Next. And also the diversity in global rotation can increase the food production and reduce the net greenhouse gas emission and improve soil health, all those things. So there are some practice research already show this kind of impact. Next, please. And also the crop capital in rotation, and also the the intercroppings, all those things can also improve soil micro activities and also can improve the global yield, all these things. So you can see, next please, crop diversity and the cropping diversity is essential for the things. In summary, we need to preserve global diversity and the cropping diversity for three reasons. The need for genetic diversity to protect the world's food supply, and also the impact of biodiversity on the resilience of agricultural ecosystems, and also contribute to the diversity to nutrition and the health. So this kind of essential to interlinkage between global diversity and the environment, economical and human health will be very important also for the decision makers to realize of these issues. So I think this is very much relevant to the international conference topics. Next, please. However, before I show some of evidence to approve, to indicate importance of crop and the cropping diversities. But all those workers shows only in the local area, in the field, in some of the researchers. But if you look around the global scales, we are really lack of data, but also lack of methodologies to address these issues. Next, please. So we are thinking we can develop a new innovative space methodology to address these crop and the cropping diversity issues. And the space data is a kind of powerful tools to monitor global diversity at the field, from the field levels to the spatial levels to the regional levels, and also can support the local and national and global scales for to derive some information for the decision makers. And near-term monitoring for global diversity and understanding the impact on the local livelihoods and the this is essential for the agricultural practices and also as well for the food securities. The next, please. Therefore, we put some city money and working together with Professor Buya and also Akitaya, and with support from the United Nations Asia and the Pacific Economic Commissions, UNSCAP, together. We are developing a proposal or kick off a global bio initiatives. The purpose of this initiative is try to promote global diversity, biodiversity through innovative spatial applications. As I mentioned before, for the local field, on the field levels, there are a lot of research on the same things. But if you look in the regional levels or global levels, there are practical lack of data, the methodologies. So we are trying to explore to use the Earth observation or spatial technology to address these global biodiversity issues, and developing new methods to detect global traits and vulnerabilities, and using these informations from across the scales to integrate and also integrate with data patterns and the socio-economic factors to evaluate, to assess the impact of global and cropping diversity on the local livelihoods and also on the agroecosystem services of these ones. So this is a purpose for other ones. Next, please. So in this initiative, the contents is two aspects. One is methodology development to monitor global and global diversity from variety to species to farming to rotation. But the use and the land use those information to assess, to develop assessment framework, to link the association of global diversity and human health, yield stability and resilience and the local livelihood. So on the one hand, it's monitoring, on the other hand, is in the assessment. Next, please. And previous evidence I show is mostly is on the dry lands in the other systems. None of them come from the Southeast Asia, from particular ecosystems. So we are now, so our initiative is focused on the Southeast Asia with a focus on the rice or particularized agrosystems. And it is particularly relevance because in all regions, in these regions, the clouds is prevent the Earth observation data. So which is more difficult than other regions. That's why we are choosing this one. And this fertilizer also is a staple food for region. So and the lack of research and lack of attention from the other sides. Next, please. And also this the challenges. So global bio will be cross-country research and the region and also generation cohorts. So this we are trying to, because if you study the local, but in the field, you cannot find out those issues or issues, particularly to the impact to the health, to the economical issues. So this kind of research will be cross countries, cross regions, cross cultures. And then we will develop comprehensive systems analysis framework, and then which can be used to different regions, but particularly will be for all regions, for the Southeast Asians. And then we were working together to co-design and transparent disciplinary approach to develop this kind of new approaches. And also we later on will engage the policymakers and the social architects together, all those. So this methodology is have to working with a different culture, different data system together. Then we can, from another one, we can find out, really can reveal some new findings, generate some new findings. Next, please. And in this, the key methodology is to use spatial technologies, methodologies. From a field to the regional levels, we are trying to develop some new methodology to detect some things. And based on these new results, new data, then we develop an assessment framework to assess how global diversity impact to the environment, socio-economic and health of this, and also local livelihood. Next, please. Here are some results, some thinking about these methodologies. For example, for the species and the variety diversities, there are some key global traits of these ones, which can be detected by using near Earth measurement, field measurement methodologies. Here are a lot of traits, but these some of them already disappeared from many commercial crops, but some of trees are preserved. It's good or the important for the future, like drought tolerance and like that. So next please. We will develop methodology field measurements by using camera or using the circle UAV, all those things to do the field measurement. On this one, and next please. And also using to the satellite to different ways to the for the global change, to detect the global change. Next please. Here we do some, for example, chlorophyll and carotenoids and nitrogens can be detected from satellite database. And with more field work to support and methodology development, there are more traits can be detected by using new methods we are trying to explore. Next, please. And the next one is farming and the rotation diversities. Farming means different crops over the horizontal. Rotation means different crops in the temporal divisions of this one. Next, please. So in the past, we already developed cropland data, including cropland types, the irrigation or non-irrigation, and also cropping intensities. All this data is already available global scales. Next, please. And also the machine learning methodology can help us to detect the cropland landscapes, the field sizes, and what is the field sizes, what is the aggressive of a field, and how fragmented it is. For example, over the world, only 34% of cropland in the world is large scales. That means another 6% of cropland is a very small field size. Like here in Malan, when you look at around, the field size are very small of these ones. Next, please. And also the machine learning methodology can help us to detect the terrace, where our terrace is located of this, and because terrace is one of a good way to protect the soil and also to reduce the soil erosion. At the same time, improve the yield and increase the productivity. Next, please. For those regions in the north and south part of the world, there are also the windbreak forest, which you can protect your cropland from the soil erosion, from wind damages. So I think this machine learning methodology can help us to detect all those windbreak forests. Next, please. And of course, we can mapping crop types. Next, please. Mapping crop prices. For example, in this region, you have a double crop in the rice, and also next, please, crop yield of these lichens. This is monitoring in two different aspects. One is on the crop diversity, and then is the cropping diversity, means the farming and the rotation of this. Then based on this, we can do the assessment to see how the yield stability and the resiliency from the global diversity on another one. And also, next please, to assess how this global diversity impact to the human health. We can explore the relationship between global diversity and the human health, which can support the health and the sustainable agri-food systems of these ones. Next one. But by doing this, particularly for the assessment, it's almost impossible to assess those impacts from local levels. So we are trying to use the comparison methodologies. That means, for example, in Malang and in Minnan, both are located in the Southeast Asia with strong, stable patulous ecosystems, but we have a different data rate. We have different systems. So by doing the comparisons, maybe we can identify what kind of impact of this. This is why we are initiate this international cooperation project of this month. Next, please. And based on this results, we will do some capacity buildings to involve more people, to join, to encourage more people to join our initiative. Next, please. And also hope through the UN ASCAP, we can do some policy outreach to expand our understandings to help to the, for example, for the SDG 2 and also for other regions. Because in the under SDG 2s, there are a lot of assessment or progress assessment, all those. But none of these assessments are relevant to the global diversity and the global diversities. So we hope all research workers can finally help us to assess how the global and the global diversity, the impact to the environmental, social, economic, and the health, and in support of SDG 2, all these ones. Yeah, please. So, but we are the ministers. So what is the outcome? We have two aspects of outcomes. One is the purpose. We were in situ survey of global and global diversity, and also monitoring of global diversity, and assessment on the impact to livelihood. So we will develop 3 protocols, and the second one, monitor the global and global diversity. For these protocols, the Professor Salabu will lead this protocol development of this with support of other teams. And based on these protocols, these 3 protocols we will work out and the science plan on the global biology. So people over the world can understand why global and global diversity is so important, so essential, and what is the issues need to be addressed in the future. So we were working on the science plan for others. Next, please. So this is a timetable. We are planning for 3 years starting from this year. And the next year, August, we will have a 4th meeting in Malang, and the trade will host by the Department of the Soil over this one. And after that, we will have another meeting in Philippines. So it will be, so it takes 3 years to work out 3 protocols and also the science plans. And this is next, please. So, but to do this, you need money, you need funding. So we already secured some seeding fundings, and with this one, this funding is from my pocket, and we donated to the UNSCAP, and UNSCAP coordinated these activities with the countries. But now we are working together with the team at the and also our professor here to apply Chinese National Science Foundation of China on the Sustainable Development International Cooperation Program for this year, and the resilient agriculture for SDG 2. And this is now we are working, we are submit a proposal to the National Science Foundation. And also there are more opportunity from Chinese side. Also, it's the alliance of national science organizations and the Ministry of Scientific Technologies to secure more fundings. But I'm sure our colleagues also can secure funding from Indonesian government. Okay, thank you. This is my presentation.
Okay, give applause to Professor Wu Pingfang. Please have a seat. A very interesting topic. So we can learn about how innovative space can be a solution for monitoring crop biodiversity monitoring. I think because it is very interesting topics, not only Professor Wu, but also from Professor Didi about the optimizing integrated approach and smart farming system for restoring land. So we move to the discussion section. We are not only have offline participant, but also in the online participant. So maybe in the first session, I would like to invite two participants from the offline first, and then we move to the online. So maybe from the participant, raise your hand. Okay, Mr. Kioruna.
Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Giorana Kusmal Barki. Thank you. I would like to ask to Professor Wu. That's, as we know, the technology like ultra processing food is campaigns to overcome the zero hunger. But then the other side, there is a statement that the ultra processing food is so dangerous in our health. In our generation, especially in Gen Z or Gen Alpha, is prefer to consume of the ultra processing food than consume the real food. Therefore, with the trend of the ultra processing food, will it cause the crop diversity to be unoptimal because maybe only a few crops are produced so intensively? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kioruna. It is about the dilemma using ultra processing food, right? It has advantages and also disadvantages. And maybe before you answer the question, we still have one participant. So we invite, okay, Mrs. Leonie, maybe. And the third is Professor Cho.
Thank you. I'm Leonie Siska. I'm a postgraduate student program of Soil and Water Management. I would like to ask to Prof. Didi. Prof. Didi mentioned various benefits of integration smart farming. But how about the negative impacts and a big challenge? Are there any negative impacts and how can be this resolved? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. A very clear question. And maybe once again, Professor So, you raise hand.
Thank you very much, Pak Adit. I really enjoy very much to the talk presented by Professor Wu. Well, about the crop diversity. Crop diversity here you mentioned very nicely related with the ecoregion. That is, took some notes here. Marketing and well, related with the ecosystem services. What I still could not hear that is in our culture here are so different between Java, in Indonesia, in Java here, mountainous, lowland, upland, and the coast. They are different. So what we need actually are different too. So that the crop diversity, what we prepared for the program, crop diversity and what is called again the cultural needs. That is really a big issue here. So for example, for Javanese living in the mountain, we are very much in favor with coffee production. But in Sumatra, they are more in the spices. So the diversity here are different, And the products are different, the services are different too. The different services here is very much, it is really big impact or not depends on the actually what do we need. Maybe that is the one I enjoyed very much from your talk. I would like to hear a bit more of your opinion about that culture. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Cho. We have three questions, so maybe for the first question and the third question, Professor Wu can directly answer about the dilemma of the ultra processing food and also the culture that Professor Cho mentioned that in Java we have a unique.
Yes, thank you for your two questions. Yeah, in fact, the third question is what we were sought for, because there are so diversity on the territory, also for the local supply of the food. So that's why we choose one typical clubbing circles. Malang and all China and Malaysia, for the wet seasons, mainly is pasteurized. But for the dry seasons, there are more crops. Here you are very diversity in the dry season. So then we can compare, because in the wet season, rice, but for dry season, different crops. So we can see how these cropping systems or crop diversity affect to the local livelihood, and also affect to the yield stability, and also affect to the soil, or soil affect to the yield, all those things. So we try to using comparison to identify what is the key issues, what is the key factors affecting the ones. In our intentions, in over the world, intensive agriculture is seen as a many agriculture development, but for the rest of the world, particularly for the Southeast Asia, maybe it is not good solutions. We have to find out new solutions to address these issues. So this is why we initiate this kind of activities. But and also another thing is because the same topics can be involved different scientists, disciplines, from soil science to the agriculture, to the crop scientists, and to the farming scientists, and to me, the remote sensing scientists. So you can see there are differences. So we try to develop cross disciplines, cross scientists, working together to find out new kind of solution to address these issues. Yeah. But for the first questions, we are not addressed to the processing. We are only on the production side, only on the production side from the crop and the cropping. This side, not after that the processing of the food. No, we are not going other ways. From that side, maybe then we have to involve too many different people to come together. So it make more difficulties. So that's why when we are choose study size, we choose the size relevant isolate, remote regions. So the people in other villages most depend on the food they produce by themselves, not from import from other countries, from other regions. So when we choose study in China, we choose in Yunnan province. That's quite remote, and the people in there, they produce food mainly by themselves. So that's why we are doing this. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Wu. For Mr. Kiruna, maybe the technology just on farm from planting to harvest, but post harvest they don't have the technology. And maybe is there any feedback from Professor Cho? Okay, it's enough. So we move to Professor Didi. The question from Mrs. Leonie about the negative impact.
Thank you, Leonie, for your question. I think we should, if your question is regarding with the negative impact, maybe I transform to become the challenge, because if negative effect, then we don't have any spirit to develop. That's right. So if challenge, then we have some spirit how we develop in the near future. Because integrating the smart farming in the natural resources management, several challenges for us to adopt, because this is still in the move in the, I think it's in the world, but some places, for instance in China, of course, is already advanced for that, but in Indonesia still in the beginning. So the challenge first is about if we transforming the smart agriculture or something like that, it is the high cost. So if, for instance, in the Indonesian landscape, for instance, most of the people is still have struggling on the economic, for instance, the farmers in the smallholder and so on. So then should be thinking about how the government subsidize with the high cost of this investment. I think the first is about the high cost, the challenge. And then the second is about the infrastructure. For instance, many rural area, for instance, Indonesia, is lack of internet, kemudian electricity, and then transportation. So the adoption of the smart farming needs some good infrastructure. For instance, when there is meeting in Bali, well, we somehow we agree or not, is the US is come out for the remote area in Indonesia, and with blah blah blah. I think some agreement for this. This is some reason for lack of the infrastructure. And then the third is the challenge is about, for instance, I give some example, 3 example, greenhouse, and then what we call it conservation farming, and then what doing with Pak Heru in the agroforestry, and then Jasa Tirta. And so I think this work is still impartial, but it's not integrated. Good management for integrating the farming system should be integrated in the system. So this is needs some what we call it good management, good system and so on. So again, the government should be pay attention on that. And then the other is about well, we come for instance now. Currently in Indonesia or in Java or in Malang, hopefully it's not in the rain season, but now it's already, we have some heavy rain in this September. So as I think I should mention my senior, Prof. Joe. It's a part of the climate change, and so she is so expert on the explaining about climate change. When I some mistake explanation to the question, and she directly correct me, something like that. This point is about the climate variability. Is of course to have the precision is a part of the challenge in the future, because the climate change is also effect on our life. And then another, if the farmers is doing the what we call smart farming system, and then the question is about the market. How, because they have the high investment, and then the challenge of the market. For instance, when we visit in Semarang, well, they have a good market for that, and they have a good segment, but it's not all the business of the farmers have a good market challenge, good market channel for that. And then the other thing is about uh, the biodiversity and water management. The biodiversity and water management still behind implementing this, comparing with the others farming system. So the challenge, how we integrating the smart agriculture for studying the biodiversity, studying the water management. I think this is another challenge for us to develop in the future. And then the others is about what we call it cultural resistance. Not all the culture is accepting this the idea that we should some work hard for to do that. For instance, when we have work with with UK, last time we discussing about that, and of course the smart farming is for the big area in Israel. For instance, in Indonesia, the small parcel, that also with the different kind of farmers' perception in Israel. I think it's some challenge for us in the future. And then the other is about scalability. For instance, watershed management is somewhere around third of East Java. So how we can maintain this smart farming in this big area? So this is some challenge in the future, how we develop this idea. And then, of course, about the environmental monitoring, and then the other issue for instance, next week we also have meeting for Watershed Forum, and the integration of the multidiscipline. I think this the problem, because every discipline of the science have the pride themselves for this knowledge and so on. So how we accept the other discipline to another discipline, working together to implementing this, I think this is some challenge in the future. I think there's some comment for I switch from negative to challenge. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Didi. So this is Leonid. There is no negative effect, but so much challenge that we have to facing and finish it. And we still have a time? Okay, we have just 2 minutes, maybe one question from the online. Okay, maybe. Yeah. Okay, Professor Bu and Professor Didi, we have a question from the online. The question is, how do we apply the smart farming system to local farmers? Is it possible for field school to use smart technology, and what are the challenges in this activity? Maybe the challenge already mentioned by Professor Didi. The question is, how do we apply the smart farming system to local farmer? Maybe Professor Didi first.
Yes, thank you for good question from the online participant. I think I already mentioned that some good result and good practicing has already worked for several years. Is the participation is using the field school, and then now come out with which Burika? Burika is come out with the idea of a game that's developing by Wageningen University, working for what we call it Sesam project. There is at least two approaches with the game or with the field school, and another is about using the design thinking. I think this is this approach for the participation of the community applying this. And for instance, in the field school, of course, the farmers is learning among them how learning the technology and so. So it's gradually they understand the knowledge, developing the knowledge, developing the adoption, how they understanding each other. Of course, with the field school, for instance, the progress is not so fast as what expected. So it's gradually, and hopefully that will be adopted by the farmers. I think one solution is with using what we call it field school, or we using that field school is developing by the FAO, and then the game, or we use design of thinking to approach this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Didi. Maybe from Professor Wu, you have another insight from China. Maybe we have a different challenge when we involve the smart farming to the local farmer.
I'm not an expert on this one, but smart farming become cutting edge development in China, because we lack of farmers, particularly young farmers. They are moving to the city, so smart farming become very essential to development. I visited some of our farmers. They are from staple crops to the vegetables to the factory of growing foods. I think it's everywhere. I think it's one of directions to secure food security. But what is the impact to the health? I don't know. Which way? Yeah, that's a need to research, to study that, to find out what is the negative or positive impact that should to the human beings. Yes.
We can do better food and we can better health. Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Didi and Professor Wu. We still have so many questions, but the time is up. The committee signed the signal for us. So this is the end of the plenary session, for the first plenary session. Thank you once again for Professor Wu and Professor Didi for the insightful presentation, and also for all our participants. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Senor Aditya Nugraha Putra, SPMP, for leading the first plenary session. Before we jump into our next agenda, I would like to ask Professor Dr. Insinyur Sri Rahayu Utami, MSc, to proceed to the stage to hand the souvenir. And I would like to ask to Prof. Didik and Professor Wu Bingfang to still on the stage to receive the souvenir. And broaden our perspective. Okay, thank you so much to Professor Dr. Insinyur Sri Rahayu Utami, Insinyur Aditya Nugraha Putra, SPMP, Professor Didik Suprayogo and Professor Wu Bingfang, you may have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a time to have a lunch break and getting a prayer time. Please enjoy your lunch and don't forget to take a time for prayer. And I would like a gentle reminder to come back to this hall at 1 p.m. for the second plenary session and see you later.
Welcome to Universitas Brawijaya. Universitas Brawijaya has once again been recognized as the most sought-after campus in 2023. Let us examine some possible factors that contribute to its prestigious status. The quality of Universitas Brawijaya is renowned worldwide, as evidenced by numerous accreditations from national and international institutions. This commitment to quality is in line with its vision to become a pioneer and reformer with an international reputation in science and technology, particularly in support of culture-based industries for the betterment of the community. Universitas Brawijaya offers a wide range of study programs, with 18 faculties and 185 study programs available across its 4 campuses, catering to the diverse interests of prospective students.
And management is the tenorial conflicts. And government is to the economic equity program. There are 3 pillars. The distribution of access to our government, give an access to the community, and then community facilitation on institutional governance, forest area management, community business government, and access to market. So the main value is forest utilization for communities' well-being, forest protection and conservation, community participation and development of the forest integrated area. The benefit from the region is create the job or job creation, regional economic growth on increasing the forest sector, contribution to gross regional domestic product, social discrepancy between the village and the city, and poverty reduction in the village level, increasing the human development capacity and decreasing of illegal logging, forest fire, and community conflict, and reducing the deforestation level. This is the social forestry in Indonesia context. Social forestry is referred to the sustainable forest management system. It could be in state forest areas, private forest or adat forest, by members of local communities or adat communities group. It tended to facilitate improvement of the welfare, environmental balance, socio-cultural dynamic through the established 5 scheme of the social forestry that I mentioned before. And I would like to explain the one of the 5 scheme is the Adat Forest. Related to Adat Forest, the government recognized the Adat Forest. The aim is guaranteeing the living area of the customary law community, preservation of the ecosystem, protection of local wisdom and traditional knowledge related to forest. One of the strategy in conflict resolution regarding the community in and around the forest area. Next, this is the achievement of social forestry. The access distribution right now is until the September 2024. We have already distributed 10,952 units of social forestry degree, involve 1.3 million households, cover the area 1.016 million hectare. The achievement of the recognition of Adat Forest is 138 of units of Adat Forest degree, also 79,237 and cover 265,000 hectares. After the community group obtained the SF degree, they formed the social forestry business group or unit enterprises at the community group. So, social forestry business group is the social forestry business startup with a business group formed by the social forestry group that will and or has done business according to the RKPS, Rencana Kelola Perhutanan Sosial atau Social Forestry Management Plan prepared by the community group. At least there are 5 the business development activities. The first is the institutional strengthening, optimizing the in-forest use, entrepreneurship development, business development cooperation, and integrated area development based on social forestry. Integrated area development is a collaboration and synergy of the parties for the development of superior commodity products, improvement of economic scale, and market development. Related the social forestry business group, we classified into 4. The first is blue, silver, gold, and platinum. Unfortunately, until now, the platinum classification is 0.46%. The difference is the platinum is the highest classified because this is already linking to the market of tourism. Includes commodity processing, tourism partner, obtain the capital access, can independent and support and loan and link it to the market, especially the local market. The silver already identified the potential of the commodity or enterprise unit. The blue is the first level after they got the obtaining social forestry degree. They identify the potential of the commodities. This is the distribution, the identify of the distribution of the KUPS product and connectivity in the many prosperous in Indonesia. And we have the economical transaction for the KUPS, the 464 billion. This is the social forestry strategy on Kerja Sukses. Social forestry is given for 35 years, and it can be extended by the evaluation. And then this is based on the landscape approach and give to the community group or the Adat Forest, and they must form the management plan. This is the difference between the scheme. Conservation forest is the conservation the name this conservation partnership is the social forestry that given in the conservation area. The protected forest, it could be forest, community forest plantation, and the production forest can be forest, community forest plantation, and also forestry partnership. There are 3 pillars to develop the social forestry. The first is the social, ecology, and economic, with the criteria for the social, information, and institutional. with the indicator of decision-making process, rights and obligations of the community. Key of the success in the social aspect is the reduce of the conflict and increasing the standard of ownership and responsibility for the forest. Is the main point. If the community have a high ownership of the forest, he can possess the forest. The second is the ecology, the forest management. Consensus based on land use ini by the participation of the members of the community group and identify the commodity cluster. It could be the agroforestry, silvopasture, or silvopasture, with the key of society forest protection by communities and agroforestry to increase the carbon stock and food security. Is related to the topic today, Pak Cahyo. The second, the third is the economy, community-based business group and legality of the business entities, access to the capital and market opportunities, increasing the level of social forestry or indigenous people business group for the other forests. The second, the role model of the social forestry for social, economic, and climate resilience. And there is the result of the kata data. Impact the social based on survey conducted by Kata Data in 2020. Kata Data is one of media or research company for the latest Indonesian economic and business news that combine journalistic and the strength and the analytical. The survey was conducted in 2020 involved 100 social forestry business group. And the result that the type of the product produced by the social forestry group, the respondent 80% said that the non-timber forest product is the main activities or main business for the social forestry business group, and the second is timber forest product, and the second is environmental services. And after the community forest obtain the social forestry degree, the government provide the facilitator. Ideally, one facilitator, one community group, but is still lack because of the budget. Because it's many. So the respondent said that the role of the facilitator is very helpful and increase household income for the community group is increased by 2 times. And the role of social forestry in social transformation and environmental sustainability of the Kata Data survey. After the community obtained the social forestry degree, the most of the respondents said the illegal logging is there is no cases in the illegal logging. Also the forest fire, 94.2%. Said that no case of the forest fire, also of the no case tenure conflict and no timber theft. Impact on social forestry, the community is getting more conscious and unified, and the economy of the community around social forestry has improved. Social forestry provide file of business and work from the surrounding community, including the outside the business group. More the half of the community agree that the impact social forestry. Next. This is kurang kecil. This is the publication of the agroforestry, the mainstreaming smart agroforestry for social forestry implementation to support the sustainable development goal. Is there 3? At least there are 3 of the recent research about the smart agroforestry. This is the forest utilization of the social forestry management approval area. The forest utilization pattern the protected and the forest area, there are at least 4 pattern: agroforestry, silvopasture, silvopasture, and agro-silvopasture. What is the agroforestry in our definition, Pak? Agroforestry is the use of land in integrated manner by combining forestry plan with agriculture crop, by selecting plant combination, and pay attention to the productivity, sustainability, and adaptability. And Pak Profesor Professor Biwangnya at the presentation stress on the diversity. Diversity in agroforestry system will reduce the risk of the land management failures and can protect soil from the erosion and reduce the need for fertilizer or nutrition from the outside to the recycling of the plant reduces. So we define the smart agroforestry as the strategies to revive the rural economy and community welfare through the optimal use of the local resources as well as farm landscape management and smart land use that have an important role in soil, water conservation, bioenergy, climate change, response, and improving biodiversity conservation. So the impact is five impact. The first is economic impact. Forest land use for subsistence and efficient resource use system to achieve the high environmental benefits and economic benefit, resulting in a product for the industry. And ecological impact, adaptive to the climate change, effective and efficient in contributing to reduction of the deforestation, and intensive management to produce sustainable product on degraded land to reduce the extensification. From the social impact, the smart agroforestry is contribute to SDG 1 and 2, no poverty and no hunger, and knowledge based on the local resources, knowledge use both modern and urgent, and so technology and space management. At the morning session, Pak Didi also mentioned about the technology. This is based on the research, the difference between the smart agroforestry and agroforestry. Smart agroforestry is actually agroforestry plus of good agroforestry practices. The smart agroforestry model has been recommended for development in social forestry areas with the aim of providing access for communities around forests in the form of forest farmer group facilitated with an extension to enhance farmer capacity and link the capital and the market. And the use of the smart agroforestry technology has proven to have the potential to improve productivity and livelihood in compliance with the environmental guidelines, while enabling subsistence and small-scale communities to improve the resources. And from the economic perspective, the smart agroforestry technology can increase economic resilience through product diversification, especially by increasing the profitability of the agroforestry. This is the citation from the research. You can see the variable and the agroforestry and the smart agroforestry. Next. The smart agroforestry for the landscape management. The following smart agroforestry towards sustainable landscape management requires the application of several silvicultural and crop cultivation techniques. We need the support from the university or scientists regarding the several silvicultural and the crop cultivation techniques as well. But at least we identified there are three. The first is planting, pattern arrangement, and spatial selection, where the tree cones are close to each other and relative sunlight intensity reaching the ground surface is lower, shade-tolerant crop species should be chosen. This is because the shade from trees has a negative effect on crop growth and yield. The second is the legume and cover crops in agroforestry. Intercropping legumes can increase input and reduce the use of external nitrogen fertilizer, hence they can be part low emission farming system. It can also control waste without reducing crop yield and thereby reducing maintenance cost for farmer. And it has a function the cycle and availability of phosphorus in the soil. And the third is the use of biofertilizer in agroforestry. The use of biofertilizer in agroforestry has ameliorating effect on soil. Biofertilizer multiple EC and applying biofertilizer along with inorganic matter could increase the soil moisture and the production of various types of cultivated plants. And agroforestry potential to stimulate the production of abundant secondary metabolites, especially in the area where water intensity, nutrients, and sediments occur. Branches, twigs, and leaves of trees can resource the secondary metabolite or potential bioactive compounds. So the low risk of the pest and disease attack by plant diversity. Pest and disease attack could be reduced by 73% with mixed crop planting. This is the smart of agroforestry for biodiversity conservation and management. as mixed land utilization that integrates tree and crop species based on their designation and use plan. Agroforestry increases plant diversity and directly support the achievement of SDG 15. In increase in floral, faunal, and microbial diversity induced by agroforestry in temperate and tropical regions compared to the monocropping due to the favorable soil plants, water, microclimate condition, and the availability of nutrients from the tree. Silvopastoral and agro-silvicultural system have the potential to conserve floral and faunal species, and agroforestry is important in reducing biodiversity loss at farming site. This is the agroforestry application model in one area of the social forestry in the farmer group of Agro Mulyo Lestari in Giri Mulyo Village, Kecamatan Marga Sekampung, East Lampung, Regency Lampung. The history of the Agro Mulyo Lestari since the 1918 has been an agrarian conflict in Tegestir, TTE Gunung Balak area, East Lampung, due to the encroachment of the protected forest area by the local community, and thus the government conducted the forest rehabilitation and settlement on forest agreement in Gunung Balak in Lampung. In 2019, in effort to restore the protection function of Gunung Balak forest, rehabilitation activities with plants that can be harvested without cutting down trees or MPPS, accurate by BPDAS West Kampung is the agency of forest rehabilitation in the Lampung. The West Kampung, BPDAS West Putih West Kampung in Giri Mulyo Village. And in 2021, the Gaboktan Agro Lestari received the Community Forest atau KKM approval covering an area 1,690 hectares, starting from only one community group, Agro Lestari, is faithful to the 12 of KTH Agro Mulyo Lestari. And at the first, the group only released on the corn commodity with 7 tons per hectare, and estimated the revenue per year is 6.4 billion per year. And then by the agroforestry system with the Seeger avocado atau avocat seeger, the average number of plants is 200 trees per hectare, and estimated it can be generated income around 200 million per hectare. The production of the avocat seeger is able to change the paradigm of the society that used to rely on one pond. And avocado are planted with an agroforestry pattern of avocado plants along with other agriculture crops such as the chili, papaya, corn, dragon fruit, and others. And now the Mulyo Agroforestry Production Corpus has been formed, and the avocado seed has been included in a catalog and has been marketed to Sumatra, Kalimantan, and Sulawesi. So by the agroforestry income can generate the income for the community. And also one of the resolution conflict from the encroachment by local communities. The linkage of the smart of agroforestry is the linkage with the SDGs 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 13, and 15, and clustering into 5. The first is the smart agroforestry for community welfare, smart agroforestry for soil and water conservation, smart agroforestry for bioenergy, energy for climate change response, and for landscape management and biodiversity conservation and enhancement. Next. This is the contribution of social forestry in increasing carbon stock. The source of data is by the Directorate General of PSKL as May 20, 2024. We overlay the forest cover in 2006, 2011, 2016, and 2021. Why we take the year? Because as I mentioned before, that in 2016, our ministry issued the regulation related to the social forestry, and in our regulations, it must be evaluated every 5 years. From the 2016 2016 and then 2021. And is the calculated of the carbon stock, and the trend of the average follow of carbon stock is still the delta of the carbon is positive. And in the Bali and Java is still negative, affect the potential of emission. 5 minutes. Next. Next ini is already next. The analysis include the 23 of land cover type in the base of the GPG of climate change of the Ministry of Forestry. This is the conclusion is the land cover of conditions for the area 2006 until 2021, and the primary forest, the social forestry area has a maintenance cover condition is the adaptation because we maintain the primary forest, and related to secondary forest and community activities agroforest is mitigation, and the community activities agroforest from the data from year to year indicate the widening of the legal access distribution social forestry for land justice to the community, which need to be facilitated for the restoration as form of the climate change. Next, still. This is the best practice on the land cover community in Yogyakarta. In Yogyakarta from the secondary forest in the 2014 and become the primary forest. And then, the best practice of the land cover first in the Yogyakarta. The second is the KTH Luang Kering. This is for the South Sumatra province. Next one. Next. We have a new initiative concept the integrated area development social quota integrated with multi-stakeholder processes to improve economic development in the region. The concept is the first expand the permit for scaling up the economy. For example, from Lumajang from 1 permit to 6 permit, and Belitung from the 23 permit to the 30 permit, and source the funding from many sectors. And there is the integrated business area based on the local and multiple business plan. Next. This is the implementation of the President Decree number 20/2030. There are 3 focuses the acceleration. Next. I will explain briefly the resolution. The integrated plan is prepared to the approval legal access distribution with the three focus of acceleration with target the first from the acceleration of the social forestry distribution, legal access distribution for the area is 12.7 million hectare, and the second the quality improvement of social forestry business through facilitation is 25,000 KUPS, and mentoring additional the extension worker is 25,000. Next. Berapa menit lagi, Pak? This is the role of the many parties in the integrated area development. You can read from the presentation. This is the implementation of the ministerial institution policies after the president regulation, the ministry to harmonize the policy between the ministry. For example, the Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry Agriculture, Tourism and Creative Economy, and Ministry of the Village Development and Disadvantaged Region and Transmigration. The last, the example of interministerial business development. Next. This is the one example of integrated development in Lumajang district, though in the process of the evaluation. They divide the area into the 5 sub-programs. The first is agro-silviculture, agro-industry, ecotourism interconnected, lake restoration, and the land use of social forestry. Originally, the area is 925 hectares from the 1 social forestry community to become to 7 social forestry community with the community is Damaresan, Sengon, and business development, agriculture by the dairy milk, agri-industry, ecotourism, and dairy milk cafe is supported by the food security and economic improvement. This is the process from the stock heating to the core, and then the cattle manure become the milk cattle, and the biogas to the produce the gases to for cooking. Yes. Thank you. Sorry. The last, because the last is, I mean, it's very important. Yes. The social forestry program under the President Jokowi is very important for livelihood for forest-based communities with the characteristic as follows. The first is in its entirety, it's not just the involvement of the community as a worker, but community as an its capacity as business sector, access to going the facilities, where areas to business land is accompanied by the access to the government facilitation such as farming facility, including the business capital, and the social forestry contribution for Indonesia coordinating 2030, and the social forestry as a forest-based community development toward the social land management and land restoration for a region agroforest ecosystem. Thank you, Pak. Mohon maaf.
Oh, thank you very much. Giving applause to Bu Ain, which is bringing an issue how actually agroforestry not only contribute from the ecological perspective, but agroforestry also giving the raising on the social economic of the raising of social economic of the community itself. So, but agroforestry is not interested at the moment because it should be smart, yeah. Not only agroforestry, but it should be smart agroforestry. Maybe agroforestry is not smart enough. It should be giving a new term of agroforestry. It should be put smart before agroforestry. So just briefly give me some feedback. Yeah, you can write your feedback using direct questions or maybe online. Later on after the second presenters. But we will see here that social forestry at the moment only cover 8 million hectare, yeah? 8 million hectare compared to the size of the forest, which is covered in the area of 120 something. So it's only 1%, less than 1%. 1%. So maybe now is, but 5% or 10%, is that enough? Maybe we will see in the future whether this social forestry will be the size of social forestry will be increased. Yeah. Okay. At the moment, there is a lot of activities on agroforestry, but most of the activity of the social forestry is still in the conditions. In the blue position, I think, yeah, not reach the highest level of the activity of KUPS in several resources activities. So that's the challenge to increase the status from the blue position reach into gold positions. There's a lot of legal standings, but whether all different legal standing is similar or it's really improve the activity of the social forestry. So I think that's all summarizing from these presentations. I have also noted that there is a two kind of strategy to increase the social forestry. Following the Torah and also social forestry itself, yeah, social forestry. So before we moving to the second presenters, just let me brief to read the curriculum vitae of Dr. Jeroen, who is already over there. Please, the committee, let me introduce the Dr. Jeroen curriculum vitae. Would you please to present the Dr. Jeroen curriculum vitae? Yeah. He's already graduate from Wageningen University on the simulation of grass growth and digestibility Department of Agronomy. So he's quite expert on grassland, but now he has a position of the farming system ecology group at the Wageningen University. Before that, previously he has become an assistant professor in the similar department. He also has an opportunity conducting postdoc research and also programming in several activities. So let me see the research interested. Oh, this is great. So he also developed the farming system analysis. So this is a quite interesting topic, because at the moment in a landscape level, we could not just identify one by one parameter. It needs to be integrated. So model-based landscape planning, this is quite interesting, how to actually identify the problem and the strategy and also solutions on the landscape level. So please, Dr. Yerun, for the next 30 minutes, it's time for you to deliver your message with the topic of sustainable land management and land restoration for food security. This is very important for our country. It is because our population is quite now increased quite rapidly, so we need to secure our food security issues. So time is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you see my slides? I've shared them.
The committee? Yeah. Okay, great. Now we clearly see your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, thank you very much for introducing me, Professor Prajoyo, and thank you for the organizers to giving me this opportunity to present. It's a pleasure and an honor to be present in this conference. Unfortunately, I could not join in person this time in Malang. Hopefully, I will have an opportunity to visit you later this year. So the title of my presentation is The Sustainable Land Management and Land Restoration for Food Security. And I want to start with some definitions. And first, I want to make a clear distinction between soil and land. And soil is seen as a distinct living entity. That's one of the core building blocks of land. Land in itself consists of soil, rocks, and rivers, vegetation. But so doesn't have that sort of living and active connotation. And yeah, we have to make this distinction. Otherwise, we lose sight of the different functions that the soil has. And also on this slide in the blue area, the main core functions of soils and within a landscape context are being presented. So that is nutrient cycling, water retention, biodiversity and habitat, storing, filtering, buffering, and transforming compounds. And also under this category of functions, the agricultural production falls. And then the fifth function is provisioning of physical stability and support. These functions also indicate that soils are basically a connecting point for different issues and properties within agroecosystems and ecosystems. Then, the focus will be on sustainable land or soil management, and that relates to the stewardship and use of land resources, including soils, water, animals, and plants, to meet changing human needs, while at the same time ensuring the long-term productive potential of these resources and the maintenance of these of their environmental functions. And so this is really a sustainability focus, looking not only at the short-term profitability and productivity, but also at long-term survival. And food security is defined as a situation that exists when all people at all times have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meets the dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy life. So, yeah, these are the two basic definitions that that are being used. In this slide, you see the centrality of soils, the importance of them for, on the one hand, the food security, but on the other hand, also for energy production, water security, ecosystem services delivery, climate change abatement, so the mitigation in particular, but also for providing opportunities to adapt to climate change, and also biodiversity protection. In all these different aspects, the soils are very central. And on the right-hand side, you see how soils have been changed. The use of soils for agriculture is very extensive. A lot of the land is used for agricultural production. And in these two figures on the right, you see how much that has changed the soil, and also what the detrimental effects of the intensive use of soils can be. So that increases water and water runoff, and fertilizers and pesticides can have negative effects on the soil structure and biodiversity. So there is a huge change that has happened due to intensive agricultural production. That's also shown here. Here, this Evangelista et al. Publication made an inventory of the different processes and properties that are of relevance for assessment of soils, and the indicators that are important to monitor basically what the performance is of the soil, and to what extent it contributes to the different functions that are listed here. And they also include the threats to soil, which is basically a long list of different threats. And those threats are also highlighted in the next slide. And here we see also a focus on the scale at which these threats and degradation pathways take place. So in red, there are processes that are transcontinental, so basically operating at a global scale. They also can be monitored at that large scale because there is data available for them. They are critical for the productivity of arable land, although that can also be said for many of the other pathways, degradation pathways. They do have a strong negative impact on ecological systems, and they also interact with climate change. And so the pathways, the degradation pathways indicated in red are the soil erosion through water runoff, the salinization, the soil organic matter and carbon loss, vegetation degradation, and aridity. But there are, as you see in this list, many more different degradation pathways, which we all have to be aware of and may have to take measures to avoid or reverse them. If we look at food security, of course, the first thing that comes to mind is the question: is there a relationship between soil degradation and hunger? And various studies have tried to analyze that interrelationship, and that interrelationship is there, but not very strong. In the slide on the left, you see where soil degradation has taken place most intensively. So there are areas in Africa, Central Asia, and Europe, also South Asia, Southeast Asia, and also large parts of Latin America are heavily degraded. Also in the center of North America, we see heavily degraded soils. But the pattern of hunger is different. And that probably has to do also with the food system, and also that many other drivers determine hunger. However, there is a relationship between soil degradation and the drought and risk and water stress. And that is not necessarily a causal relationship, but what can be seen is that the areas where soil degradation is the strongest also suffer the most from drought stress and water shortages. And so these two aspects can sort of interact together and work together to threaten the agricultural systems, which are also very prominent within these areas. So there is an interrelationship between soil degradation and drought. Healthy soils have a natural capacity to store and filter water and to keep it in the soil. Soil degradation and land cover change disrupt the water cycle and hydrological functions. And if we look at a global level in the agricultural sector, 2/3 of available fresh water is being used. And the sector is therefore also very sensitive to water scarcity and droughts. And drought then becomes a leading cause of loss of productivity from agriculture. And that also economically results in big losses. So again, that link between the soil degradation and drought is of importance and a huge driver on issues in food security. So here I wanted to stress the combination of important drivers that all lead to two changes in land and soil availability. And those important interacting drivers are the climate change, depletion of water resources, and also partly pollution of water resources, soil degradation, and biodiversity loss. And together, these lead to shrinking land for agriculture, and also lower productivity of land that is still being used for agriculture. At the same time, the four big influences are also, of course, affecting the whole food system. And that's related to socioeconomic processes, institutional processes, power dynamics, policies, etc. The effects of the negative influences on agricultural land and productivity, but also the dynamics in food systems and socioeconomics and institutional settings, they lead to production failure and stabilizing or maybe declining productivity. And that affects the rural livelihoods of farmers and also communities in rural areas, but also in urban areas, of course. That can lead to food insecurity and to conflicts. So there's a big importance of securing the vitality and health of soils and to restore soils where possible and where needed. So what are the challenges then? The main challenges that we find regarding food production and security, if we look at land and soil, that is the loss of arable land in both the quantity and the productivity through degradation, desertification, and climate change, as also outlined in the previous slides. The limited land for agricultural use is increasing because of competition for other uses. There is more impacts of climate change, for instance, flooding and droughts that affect the hydrological conditions, and that leads also to rural poverty and lack of investment. And also the demand for food is increasing, as indicated before by the chairman. The populations in many areas of the world still grow quite fast, and also the consumption patterns change, so that leads to more demand. So what are strategies to tackle that? On the supply side, sustainable intensification and agroecology for food and water security and other ecosystem services is one way to approach it. Integrated land and water management to, in particular, feed the soil. I will get back to that in the next slides. Then nature positive and regenerative practices and interventions, and investing in these sustainable practices will be required. On the other hand, also the demand side, so the consumption, will have to be adjusted, for instance, by reducing the food waste and changing consumption patterns where needed. That's also shown in this slide. This slide looks at a global level at increasing food demand due to population growth. And the solid line that indicates the increase that is projected. This was a study that was until the year 2010, so a little bit older, but it does nicely indicate the different approaches and strategies that can be taken. So on the one hand, there can be a strategy to reduce the demand by reducing food waste, reducing overconsumption, and limiting the consumption of livestock products to the essential products. Of course, livestock products have important qualities, but the overuse of these products should be avoided. Then we can focus more on the production gap. So is it possible to increase the productivity by restoring degraded soils? So expanding the area available for agriculture. Integrated farming systems, combining trees, crops, livestock, fisheries, etc. So making basically complex agricultural systems, like in the previous presentation, the agroforestry systems have a great potential to contribute to good productivity. And that is, of course, also linked to the soil health and soil fertility. Then losses should be avoided, and losses can be avoided by taking measures to avoid damage of pests and diseases, for instance, through pest suppressive landscapes, avoiding artificial measures as much as possible. Also reduce water and nutrient limitations, and improving agronomic management and animal husbandry are important to avoid losses, unnecessary losses, so that we can basically accommodate for sufficient productivity to satisfy the global demand. Here are some sustainable land management practices that were listed in a report on the land drought nexus, and that may be contributing to improving the quality of soils, hand in hand with actually also improving the water dynamics within landscapes. The measures are bunds, terraces, mulching, and compost, and also cover crops and vegetative strips, in particular to increase water retention and also to add organic matter. But also in the management area, like reduced tillage, rotational grazing, afforestation, reforestation, and agroforestry are measures to basically improve land management to improve soil quality. One also way to improve the functioning of soils is to use perennials. This slide in particular focus on perennial grasses and cereals, and also the functions that they can have by increasing soil fertility, carbon accumulation in soils, nitrogen, conservation, phosphorus, etc., and to avoid nutrient losses and erosion. Of course, these are similar patterns as we would have with other perennials, like in agroforestry systems. This slide to highlight the importance of soil organic carbon and soil organic matter in water conservation, soil and temperature moderation, getting soil fertility, soil health. That's also to have at the soil level disease suppressive soils with high diversity, avoiding risk of crusting and compaction, and also supporting the production of crops and other agricultural products. All of that is being supported by improved carbon in the soil. The centrality of soil is again highlighted also in this approach. This is a more conceptual approach, looking at the role and the functions again of soils, and also looking at the security aspect. So what do we have to do to safeguard these different functions? Also in reference to the Sustainable Development Goals, which are listed in the bottom. And in top, you see the capability, condition, capital, and connectivity of soils and the need for codification, and that is being explained in the next slide. So the capability is the potential, basically, given the biophysical state to produce particular products, and the condition is the current health of the soil, the current state, so to which extent that potential, that capability is being met. Then capital is of importance because the soil and its productivity represents capital, financial, manufactured, human, social, and natural value are of importance there. So not only the economics of it, and that also relates to the connectivity, which refers to the connection of the people to the land. And as we have seen in a previous presentation, that connectivity is of importance. Also codification, which means to put institutions in place, but also to provide education and policy and regulation to make sure that the desirable changes are being realized. So what are potential strategies for more ecology-based land restoration and sustainable agriculture? Well, on the one hand, we have things to avoid, like over-optimization. Not aiming for 100% closure of yield gaps, not too specialized, not too intensified, avoid dependency on artificial and external inputs. Those things have to be avoided. And also things that go fast or are very large or large scale have to be handled with cautions because they lead to risks. Fast processes and also large scale operations have associated risks with them, and that can be detrimental in the end. So what we have to seek for is to have agricultural production within the carrying capacity on the local conditions, based on place-based solutions, so that fit in the local place, the local traditions, community, and also the human measure, so that people can oversee their agricultural systems. Again, linking to the scale of production. And that can be ecology-based regenerative solutions, stimulate multi-layered vegetation, and feed the soil with carbon and nutrients. That's also highlighted a little bit in this framework, which looks at more at conservation, ecological conservation, but it also holds for agroecosystems and soils in agroecosystems to change the objectives and the approaches to a more proactive one, and with a much stronger focus on the future functioning rather than diagnosing and improving the current functioning. But much more future-oriented. I want to skip this slide. So what the ecological approach would be a regenerative approach, where we follow particular principles. So soil provides the energy, vegetation is the engine, and that vegetation feeds the soil. So with intensive interactions and exchanges between plants, livestock, insects, water, fisheries, but also the soils, of course, and the soil biota that are in there. The offtake has to be proportional to the carrying capacity. An illustration of such a system, a very diversified system with a lot of connections, is the complex rice systems, which the former PhD student and now teacher of Brawijaya University, Dr. Uma Khomaro, has been working on, that combines rice, fish, ducks, azolla, compost, green manures, border plants, and combines in particular the best traditional and modern practices. They are a good example of how such ecology-based systems can be designed. And that leads to positive impacts and also the high productivity, as we have shown in this publication. And that is really due to the interactions that take place within these systems between all the different components. And the arrows in this slide in the center indicate all those interactions. That can be nutrient flows, that can be pest suppressive interactions, like the ducks and the fish contribute to the reduction of diseases in pests, etc. But there is also a part of nutrient cycling and provisioning services from these systems. Food security is also going, of course, beyond agricultural production. The primary production of food is a basis, but the distribution and food systems perspectives are also crucial. What is the impact of power relationships and also the influence of big businesses? Can we develop a focus on more on grassroots activities, community and place-based initiatives and innovation, and in particular looking at fair sharing and justice? So considering both the social institutional aspects relating to other people, but also temporal aspects relating to other generations and other times, and the spatial aspects relating to other places. So to not exploit, but to have fair sharing. So to conclude, soil degradation happens in the context of a global climate and ecology crisis linking to biodiversity, climate change, water issues, etc. Over-optimization and intensification will not bring the solution. In particular, in agricultural systems, the problems have been created by over-optimization and intensification. And it's a famous statement from Einstein that problems cannot be solved in the same way they have been created. So instead, we need regenerative soil building solutions based on energy from the sun, using the vegetation as an engine. And I think within Indonesia, but also internationally, there are many examples of how systems can be designed in such a way. The harvest from these systems has to be within the carrying capacity of the ecosystem, which of course poses a challenge because that takeoff can be lower than we have at the moment. At the same time, we have to revitalize agricultural economies and communities and reduce the dependency on external inputs, external capital, and to allow stakeholders, particular farmers, to avoid risks and to have good livelihood and income, where they learn from and gain from variation rather than that it poses the largest risks. So food security results from production and fair sharing within a supporting socio-economic and institutional environment. And basically, we have to foster that environment and make sure that the sustainable development can happen within that environment. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Giving applause to Dr. Jeroen. That's quite interesting topic, which is focusing on actually the soil is the centers on food security. If you could maintain the soil in a proper condition, so it's kind of like a guarantee that our future food security is becoming not a problem in the future. But at the moment, we're facing a problem on drought and water shortage in many areas in the world. So not only in the Southeast Asia, but we're facing a problem in soil degradation as well. So we have to thinking that the soil itself is not an individual system. We have to bring the soil becoming a complex system. But this is very difficult. Agroforestry is one of the examples. The complex system which is bringing the effectiveness on managing light, nutrients, and carbon cycling. Another example is rice complex system. Actually, we have local knowledge on managing our paddy rice system. That's the examples of the futures, how we keep securing our future food security. So time is for raising the questions for Ibu Enik and Dr. Jeroen. So please, the committee, if you can present it our first, I'll give Yeah, opportunity to the I think offline message first. Is that correct? Yeah, offline message first, and then for the audience attending this amendment. To the committee, would you please to bring the online first? Yeah, online first, yeah. Online first saja. Okay. Sorry, yeah, online first. I think they're already waiting for raising the questions. Okay, let me see. Oh, so many. Very small and I have, okay. Okay, let me see. Okay, Bu Eni, this is to Bu Eni, most of them. What are the impact of social forestry? Whether is this program effectiveness on solving social economic problems? The second one is what are the necessary framework to ensure long-term success? And the next, how ensure equitable of access to market? I think this is all questions to Bu Eni, yeah? So just started from the first three questions, yeah, and then we continue with other questions. So Bu Eni, please answer this very good questions.
Thank you for the online question, Julia, Topik, Rika, and Anonymous. The first is what are the impact of the social forestry program in dealing with land and forest degradation in this program effective in solving socio-economic problem. Just we saw in my presentation, there are survey conducted by the Kata Data, but in the fact is the most of the social forestry area at the first is degraded area, and then we facilitated by the facilitator, the community group is assist to make the management social forestry management plan as from the 10 years, and then the annual management plan, and they mix the area, the divided area in the protection area, cultivated area, and the community will make the business plan like the agroforestry and agricultural. So they plan the planting the trees and also planting the crop in under the trees. So the is deal to the land degradation, increased degradation, and we saw of the research that there is a forest cover increased by the social forestry and the agroforestry system. And the second is socio-economic problem is you are right, Pak, and then right now is the classified of the KUPS is still low at the platinum, but by the cooperation and by the government issues the presidential regulation to how to the social forestry. There are many departments, private sector, and also the NGO support the social forestry. It's needs a long time, because I said that the challenge of the related to social economy, the lack of the capacity of the social forestry, and the lack of the budget allocation from the state budget. So we try to cooperate with the multilateral, bilateral cooperation, and also with private sector as the off-taker, and also from the private sector through the CSR, community responsibility, and also the lack of the capital. So by the giving social forestry degree, hopefully that social forestry degree could as the ensure to the bank to give the funding source as the funding sources like to make kurva kredit usaha rakyat. The second is yes, we aware that the kelembagaan institutional of the community group is low, is lack of capacity. So it's the institutional framework for SDK The strengthening of institutional is the key of the long-term success of the sustainable land management, as the social forestry group is the startup from the social forestry. I mean the national, if the social forestry group has a strong institutional, and then they can increase the capacity, the ownership of the forestry, and have the good of the management plan. Hopefully that the socio-economic problem can be in social economic problem can be solved.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any questions for Bu Eni? Committee, would you please to check? Okay, I think the other three questions is for Dr. Yerun. Dr. Yerun, are you still over there?
Yes, I'm there. Yeah, yes.
You can see that you have three questions. So the first one is, how can agroforestry practices contribute to food security, green economy, and social economy? And then also, what is the sustainable land management practices for enhancing food security in rural community? And then what are the key challenges on balancing food production and environmental conservation? Would you please to answer these three questions? But we have still other remaining questions. Would you please first to answer these three questions, please?
Yes. Can you scroll to the first question, because I don't see that anymore? But I can start with
that one. Yeah.
The key challenges, balancing food production, environmental conservation, and to sustainable land management. Yeah, I think there are trade-offs. So I think that is the big challenge. How do we deal with those trade-offs? And trade-off is, for instance, if we intensify the agricultural production and, for instance, aim for what is potentially possible for single crops. With that, we have to simplify the landscape a lot. Basically, often leads to soil depletion, water depletion, etc. So that is, I think, the key challenge. So what we have to do is to come with so-called integrative solutions, so solutions that can overcome these trade-offs. That's the main issue. And there are, I think, not really sort of general solutions to that. I think that has to happen within a place-based approach, together with communities, building on basically what the ecosystem originally was, and also how we can use ecological practices to increase the productivity and the food supply from these systems, while also building biodiversity and the ecosystem. And then I see the question, what sustainable land management practice enhance food security in rural communities and restore degraded lands? Well, I have listed a few of these practices in my presentation, so I would like to refer to those. But to give a few examples, to use particular structures within the landscape to maintain the soil, build up soil organic matter, enhance water hydrology within the landscape, and to avoid nutrient losses, etc., and also soil losses from landscapes. I think those are important measures. And in one of the slides, I showed the influence of perennial crops, including grasses, grains, and also forests, tree cover, but also using cover crops, reduced tillage, rotations, etc., that are designed to mitigate the negative influences of agricultural systems.
What's more, I think that one, how can agroforestry practices can contribute to food security? What's your idea then?
Yeah, agroforestry systems are multi-layered systems, so they often capture resources very effectively, both in the soil, looking at water and nutrients, and above ground, looking at light interception. So if we design multi-layered agroforestry systems, at the same time, of course, there is always competition between different components within agroforestry systems. So it is remaining a challenge, and again, a local, place-based challenge to do it. But once the productivity is sufficient, also the socio-economic challenges can be overcome. And if we base them on basically what local communities are already doing or have been doing in the past, and learn basically from them, I think we can improve the sustainability a lot.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me give opportunity for raising a question. So from the offline participants, we have three questions over there. So would you please to give a mic, and you can say your questions.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. So I have one question for each speaker, and one question addressed to both, if it's possible. The first question for Bu Enik is about, so I believe that social forestry is impactful. The intervention of people to the forest, on top of my head, is not that good in several levels. So did you or the ministry have limit to the movement of the society to work in the forest? So, for example, through regulation or others. Did you get my point? So, yeah, did you limit the movement of the society to work on the forest, or just, yeah, you live in the forest, then you can go ahead to work in the forest?
Yeah, is there any restriction or limitation for a community to access a forest by this program?
And the question for Dr. Groot. I'm addressing your point about climate change. And I'm working at BIFOR now. So BIFOR is the forest which has base facilities, elevated carbon dioxide facilities. And we have several data that say the elevated CO2 is actually have several good response to the soil and to the plants. Means that the plants and the soil is actually adaptive to the climate change effect. And I was wondering if another climate change factor such as drought you are mentioning about, or flood will also have the same impact to the forest, to the plants and to the soil. Will the soil or the plants be adaptive to those climate change factors? And the last question would be, if you are knowing about EUDR, European Union Deforestation Regulation, about the trading. So European countries will receive or not receive trading from other countries if they are meant to deforest. Like we couldn't export our oil palm to European countries if we are do deforestation in planting the oil palm. My question would be, did you see the EUDR is actually an opportunity or a challenge, especially for us, Indonesia government, as you are one of the ministry that is working with this area? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for Dr. Jaron. This is kind of information that forest can recruit the CO2, and then the second one, what's the challenge if the IUD are being implemented on the restriction on of our commodity being exported to Europe. I think time is so limited. I give just one questions to the participants, and then one more question. I think once more.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Adifa from the postgraduate of Soil and Water Management. I want to ask a question for Dr. Yaron. So in the PowerPoint that is presented, there is one thing that we should avoid is the over optimization of sustainable agriculture. From my understanding is it aims to address the specific needs of agricultural resource to maximize the efficiency and sustainability. So why should we avoid it? And how do we know the practice that we already done is overly optimized? Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. The second one is how we can measure the optimizing the agriculture system can be achieved, and then you also mentioned that we have to establish the carrying capacity if we want to optimize our sustainable land management. So first for Bu Eni, the question about the restriction on community moving to forest.
Thank you. It's a good question, Prof. Cahyo. The social forestry is not invite the community come to the forest, but to give the legal access to the forest or legally live in or near the forest. So it's the win-win solution for the communities already the forest. It before the omnibus law, they call the encroachment, and it's rise to many conflicts. So it's the win-win solution. We give the legal access to the community, which has already in the forest, and not invite the community come to the forest. It's the policy of the social forestry. And we have already identified in the developed area the reserve to the social forestry. We call the PIAP, Peta Indikatif Areal Perhutanan Sosial, in the map of the indicative for the social forestry. It's already existing of the community. Hopefully by the social forestry access, we can promote the social forestry to the community, and can increase the economic welfare and the good governance in the forestry sector. That's the second. The second, like the UDR, is the, I mean, that's the trade politics, trade politics in the Europe, and it's challenge for Indonesia to make sure the what that we have already SLVK system untuk verifikasi kayu. Hopefully that Europe can admit it, that the product from the forestry is from the export is illegal, but it's not destroy the forest and not make the degradation and erosion in the forest. Yes, we still it's still a challenge, and our directorate is the PHL, Pengelolaan Hutan Lestari Sustainable Forest and DG is already come to abroad to explain the many forum related to IUDR.
Okay, to Dr. Yaron, any comments?
Yeah, thanks for very good questions. So the first question is about the climate change impacts. Yeah, I think there's an essential difference between the impact of CO2 on plant performance, because that basically goes through the photosynthesis. So the more CO2, the higher photosynthesis rates are. So that can have indeed a positive effect. But droughts and floods have an essentially, very different impact. On the one hand, they can, if the drought or flood is not too severe, lead to adaptation and can lead to improvement. And that is also what I mentioned as learning from volatility, let's say. But they could also, if they become very severe, be very devastating. Actually we see devastating events happening at the moment in different places related to weather condition and that are well, let's put it, not normal. So I think these are very different mechanisms and very different issues. that are there. Then the question about avoiding over-optimization. Yeah, what we see is that, well, not only in agriculture, but basically in everything around us, optimization happens. And you are right that on the one hand, efficiency can be a good thing, but when it becomes a main aim, then yeah, it also leads to problems. And so on the one hand, we see very much specialization, and that's what we see in farming systems, large monocultures that are thousands of hectares of the same crop. Well, you can imagine that that leads, for instance, to very high sensitivity to pests and diseases, soil degradation, etc. Yeah, that is basically the optimization that's happening, and that can be again a detrimental optimization. And if we have these intensified systems and we try to further increase the efficiency, what we often see also in basically as a societal response is that with increasing efficiency, also the consumption of resources increases again. So the net effect is actually an increase of the use of resources. So in that sense, yeah, we have to be very careful with that optimization approach. It is there all around us. It has had its benefits, but also it has had its detrimental effects. And of course, we want to avoid those. Thank you for these great questions.
Thank you very much for the great answers, and thank you for all participants who's already raising questions. Even though there is still a lot of questions over there, just due to the limitation of the time, I have to finish this second session and give applause to our presenters who already give valuable messages to us. Thank you very much, and I'll giving back the time to the company. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Cahyo Prayogo, for leading the second plenary session. And before we jump into our next agenda, I would like to invite Dr. Kurniawan Sigit Wicaksono to proceed to the stage to hand the souvenir. And I kindly ask Ms. Eni Ekowati, SSE, MA, MSA, to stay on the stage to receive the souvenir. And for Dr. Yeron Krug, who cannot be out. Perspective. Dr. Yerenwood, for giving us a whole new knowledge and broaden our perspective for today. So thank you so much, Dr. Yerenwood, for giving us an information for today.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Okay, to Professor Cahyo Prayogo and our speaker, Enik Ekowati, SSE, MA, MSc, you may have a seat. Well, distinguished guests, before we start our presentation parallel session, we will have a coffee break and a prayer times for 15 minutes. I repeat, There will be a coffee break and a prayer times for 30 minutes. Please do not forget to come back to this main hall at 3:50 p.m. And please enjoy your coffee break and have a prayer. And see you later.
Here in the Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Brawijaya, our vision is to become an international standard agricultural education institution that plays an active role in the development of science, technology, sustainable management of natural resources, and the development of agriculture management.
The agricultural sector plays an important role in the social, economic, environment, and rural development. The Faculty of Agriculture has a vision of becoming an international institution of agricultural higher education. We play an active role in the development of agricultural science with a focus on environmental sustainability, tropical agriculture, and agroforestry, realized through providing education, research, and community services. We will be committed to always providing the best performance and the latest innovation according to development in science while collaborating with all stakeholders at national and international levels.
The Faculty of Agriculture has 5 departments. Agricultural Socio-Economic Department facilitates students to learn applied research for scientific development and policy establishment.
Agricultural Socio-Economic Department, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Brawijaya, is committed to becoming an international standard and play an active role in socio-economic development. We focus on producing high-quality graduates with excellent knowledge and skill demanded by the market and professional industry. Our department has 5 specialized laboratories to support diverse areas of study and research, including agriculture, economic and development policy, agribusiness communication and extension, agribusiness production and operation management, agribusiness financial and marketing management, also the rural sociology and community empowerment. Our comprehensive approach combines theoretical knowledge with practical experience to facing development of agricultural sector in the future.
The main hall, a large room for workshop, seminars, talk shows, and other necessities, is used for a special occasion. The meeting room, to hold a meeting and formal discussion. The multimedia room provides students to achieve further learning about their soft skills. The computer room is used for tests and exams. It also provides a podcast and live streaming room for the students to openly express their ideas, thoughts, and opinions related to agriculture. Agronomy department facilitates students with technology and knowledge that meet an international standard.
Our department focus on yield quality through improvement crop production. Our activity interests in the laboratory and also field activity involved in plant physiology, plant breeding, environment, and climatology. Besides that, Department of Agronomy has 2 technical unit activities as the biotechnology and tissue culture. Hopefully, students are graduated from our department has the huge competency that require on the agriculture workplaces in the future.
Laboratories are provided to support students' researches and learning. The Laboratory of Plant Physiology studies the process of plant life, the processes in which plants perform physical, chemical, and biological processes. The Laboratory of Crop and Environment contributes to the resource management of marginal land. The Plant Breeding Laboratory helps students learn the skills necessary for plant breeding that is related to genetics, biotechnology, and cross-technology. The Laboratory of Climatology assists in the field of climate for determining the suitability of plant environment. Tissue Culture Laboratory is a laboratory dedicated to lectures, observations, and research in the field of plant tissue. Soil Science Department provides knowledge about plant and soil management in order to avoid mismanagement of land resources that could lead to natural resource damage and ecological crisis.
The Department of Soils manages 3 study programs, including Master in Soil and Water Management, undergraduate program of Forestry and Agro-Ecotechnology with an interest in land resource management. While in the Research and Community Services, the Department of Soil focus on natural resource management, both agricultural and forestry, with various fields of study, including soil science, land and forest resource management, soil chemistry and fertility, soil biology and health, irrigation, soil physics and soil conservation, and watershed health, precision agriculture, tropical forestry, forest conservation, and agro-technology. To support the implementation of research, the Soil Department is supported by 4 laboratories, such as the Laboratory of Soil Chemistry, Soil Physics, Soil Biology, and Land Resource Information System. Department of Soil has International Research Center for Management of Degraded and Mining Lands and Research Group of Tropical Agroforestry. Department of Soil has a distinctive feature that becomes an advantage, such as learning and research activities focusing on case study and developing science and technology to solve the problem related mismanagement in natural resource, including agriculture land and forestry. Let's come and join with Soil Department for better future and for achieving sustainable development goals.
The Chemistry Laboratory focuses on multifunctional land management landscape, soil fertility degradation, fertilizer design and development. Physics Laboratory provides an understanding of the mechanism governing physical soil behavior and their role in the biosphere. The Biological Laboratory studies soil biological properties, which are very important in terms of organic matter decomposition, mineralization processes, nutrient cycling, and other processes in the soil. The GIS Laboratory develops land resource mapping techniques, including the development of land survey methods and land evaluation. The Plant Pest and Disease Department identifies any kinds of threats to plants in order to preserve them. Preserving plants' health is very important to maintain food availability.
Department of Plant Pest and Disease, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Brawijaya, has a vision to be an excellent department with international standard, contribute to develop of plant pest and disease management based on agroecosystem management through education, research, and community service to achieve sustainable agriculture. Our department offers a comprehensive study plant pest and disease by integrating theoretical knowledge and practical application that cover a subject including plant pathology, entomology, integrated pest management, biological control, and pesticide toxicology. At this time, Department of Plant Pest and Disease is responsible for managing the undergraduate program of Agro-Ecotechnology, Plant Protection Interest, Magister of Plant Pathology, and Magister of Agriculture Entomology. All study programs under the Department of Plant Pest and Disease have been nationally accredited A and have been certified by the Agency for Quality Assurance through accreditation program for the German Accreditation Council. Join with us at Department of Plant Pest and Disease, where knowledge meets innovation, and together we can build a healthier and more sustainable future for all.
Plant Disease Laboratory focuses on identifying diseases that are caused by parasitic organisms such as bacteria, fungi, and viruses. Fungi, bacteria, and viruses are harmful to plants since they take nutrients from plants in order to live and corrupt their host. The Pest Laboratory studies pests in order to control their population so they will not harm the plants. Studying pests can also be done by breeding them in a rearing laboratory to know their behavior. The Postgraduate Department provides students to learn deeper knowledge about agriculture and achieve magister and doctoral degrees. the department provides facilities and infrastructures such as integrated class, library, study room, and examination room. The Faculty of Agriculture provides facilities that are able to ensure students have a comfortable place to study and to reduce stress. Tidy classroom with enough lighting and screen projector to make sure that students can feel at ease in class. The rooftop garden is a great place for students to take a break and do some research. Cozy chairs and beanbags are provided so that students are able to do their group assignment comfortably or just have a little chats with their friends. To support lecture activities, the library provides books, journal articles, and research reports. The Faculty of Agriculture also provides place for field activities. Rather than just knowing theories and basic knowledge, the students will also conduct their research and experiments in real time and in the real-world field. It is important that they implement what they have learned in class into practice. So we are doing our best to make our students capable of play an active role in the international standard development of agriculture.
Welcome to Universitas Brawijaya. Universitas Brawijaya has once again been recognized as the most sought-after campus in 2023. Let us examine some possible factors that contribute to its prestigious status. The quality of Universitas Brawijaya is renowned worldwide, as evidenced by numerous accreditations from national and international institutions. This commitment to quality is in line with its vision to become a pioneer and reformer with an international reputation in science and technology, particularly in support of culture-based industries for the betterment of the community. Universitas Brawijaya offers a wide range of study programs, with 18 faculties and 185 study programs available across its 4 campuses, catering to the diverse interests of prospective students. Universitas Brawijaya prides itself on its comprehensive and modern facilities. The main campus spans 48 hectares and is equipped with cutting-edge educational, research, and administrative facilities in each faculty. Additionally, the campus provides health facilities, sports amenities, and campus-wide Wi-Fi connectivity. Since its establishment in 1963, Universitas Brawijaya has successfully produced thousands of outstanding graduates. The university is dedicated to cultivating independent, disciplined, and competitive individuals, equipping them with the skills needed to succeed in the global workforce. Many of its graduates have successfully secured employment or pursued further studies abroad. Located in the city of Malang, Universitas Brawijaya benefits from its reputation as an educational hub, offering a pleasant climate, beautiful and verdant surroundings, affordable cost of living, and comprehensive facilities. Additionally, it is renowned as a tourist destination and boasts excellent accessibility through various modes of transportation. Universitas Brawijaya students consistently achieve noteworthy accomplishments at both national and international levels, both in academic and non-academic fields. Universitas Brawijaya's commitment as an inclusive university began in 2012, when it opened an alternative selection for people with disabilities to gain access to college education. Inclusive services provided by Universitas Brawijaya are realized in the form of physical and non-physical services, including the forming of the Disability Service Center, which helps students with disabilities during their studies. Considering all the aforementioned factors, it is clear to see why Universitas Brawijaya remains the most highly esteemed university in Indonesia. We welcome you to join Universitas Brawijaya, and together, let us build a noble future.
Kerusakan sumber daya alam, krisis ekologi, dan permasalahan akan pangan yang terjadi saat ini tidak terlepas oleh adanya mismanajemen sumber daya alam.
Dalam mengatasi persoalan tersebut, jurusan tanah sebagai salah satu dari 4 jurusan yang ada di Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Brawijaya memiliki visi menjadi pusat pendidikan dan penelitian di bidang manajemen sumber daya alam sehingga mampu memberikan kontribusi terhadap keberlanjutan penggunaan sumber daya alam serta tanggap terhadap permasalahan yang berkaitan dengan kerusakan lingkungan.
Mengembangkan dan menyebarluaskan ilmu tanah dan memadukannya dengan pengetahuan tanah yang tepat agar diperoleh produksi tanaman yang berkelanjutan untuk meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat dan mengupayakan penggunaan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi atau IPTEK dalam pelestarian sumber daya lingkungan.
Saat ini jurusan tanah mengelola program studi S1, S2, dan S3 yang meliputi S1 Agroekoteknologi, minat manajemen sumber daya lahan, S1 Kehutanan, S2 Pengelolaan Tanah dan Air, dan program studi S3 Program Doktor Ilmu Pertanian, minat pengelolaan sumber daya alam dan lingkungan, serta minat manajemen sumber daya lahan.
Untuk menghasilkan lulusan kehutanan dan pengelolaan tanah dan air, jurusan tanah memiliki sumber daya manusia yang handal dan berkualitas, yang meliputi 8 orang guru besar dan 22 dosen yang bergelar doktor dan master lulusan dalam dan luar negeri, 6 orang tenaga administrasi, 4 PLP, dan 4 teknisi laboratorium. Jurusan tanah memiliki 4 laboratorium, antara lain Laboratorium Kimia, Laboratorium Pedologi, dan Sistem Informasi Sumber Daya Lahan atau PSISDL, Laboratorium Fisika, dan Laboratorium Biologi. Dalam rangka melaksanakan Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, jurusan tanah melakukan pengabdian masyarakat untuk dapat membantu masyarakat dalam mengembangkan pertanian dengan cara memperbaiki kualitas tanah. Jurusan tanah melalui Research Group of Tropical Agroforestry mempunyai kerjasama dengan Instansi Central of Ecology and Hydrology (CEH) dengan mendapatkan bantuan alat untuk pengembangan penelitian yang dilakukan di UB Forest. Jurusan Tanah melakukan kerjasama internasional program kuliah 3-in-1 yang mendatangkan dosen dari luar negeri, seperti dari UPM Malaysia, National Bintang University of Science and Technology.
Here in the Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Brawijaya, our vision is to become an international standard agricultural education institution that plays an active role in the development of science, technology, sustainable management of natural resources, and the development of agriculture management.
The agricultural sector plays an important role in the social, economic, environment, and rural development. The Faculty of Agriculture has a vision of becoming an international institution of agricultural higher education. We play an active role in the development of agricultural science with a focus on environmental sustainability, tropical agriculture, and agroforestry, realized through providing education, research, and community services. We will be committed to always providing the best performance and the latest innovation according to development in science while collaborating with all stakeholders at national and international level.
The Faculty of Agriculture has 5 departments. Agricultural Socio-Economic Department facilitates students to learn applied research for scientific development and policy establishment.
Agricultural Socio-Economic Department, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Brawijaya, is committed to becoming an international standard and play an active role in socio-economic development. We focus on producing high-quality graduates with excellent knowledge and skill demanded by the market and professional industry. Our department has 5 specialized laboratories to support diverse areas of study and research, including agriculture, economic and development policy, agribusiness communication and extension, agribusiness production and operation management, agribusiness financial and marketing management, also the rural sociology and community empowerment. Our comprehensive approach combines theoretical knowledge with practical experience to facing development of agricultural sector in the future.
The main hall, a large room for workshop, seminars, talk shows, and other necessities, is used for a special occasion. The meeting room, to hold a meeting and formal discussion. The multimedia room provides students to achieve further learning about their soft skills. The computer room is used for tests and exams. It also provides a podcast and live streaming room for the students to openly express their ideas, thoughts, and opinions related to agriculture. Agronomy department facilitates students with technology and knowledge that meet an international standard.
Our department focus on yield quality through improvement crop production. Our activity interests in the laboratory and also field activity involved in plant physiology, plant breeding, environment, and climatology. Besides that, Department of Agronomy has 2 technical unit activities as the biotechnology and tissue culture. Hopefully, students are graduated from our department has the huge competency that require on the agriculture workplaces in the future.
Laboratories are provided to support students' researches and learning. The Laboratory of Plant Physiology studies the process of plant life, the processes in which plants perform physical, chemical, and biological processes. The Laboratory of Crop and Environment contributes to the resource management of marginal land. The plant breeding laboratory helps students learn the skills necessary for plant breeding that is related to genetics, biotechnology, and cross-technology. The Laboratory of Climatology assists in the field of climate for determining the suitability of plant environment.
Tissue Culture Laboratory is a laboratory dedicated to lectures, observations, and research in the field of plant tissue.
Soil Science Department provides knowledge about plant and soil management in order to avoid mismanagement of land resources that could lead to natural resource damage and ecological crisis.
The Department of Soils manages 3 study programs, including Master in Soil and Water Management, undergraduate program of Forestry and Agroecotechnology with an interest in land resource management, while in the Research and Community Services, the Department of Soil focus on natural resource management, both agricultural and forestry, with various fields of study, including soil science, land and forest resource management, soil chemistry and fertility, soil biology and health, irrigation, soil physics and soil conservation, and watershed health, precision agriculture, tropical forestry, forest conservation, and agrotechnology. To support the implementation of research, the Soil Department is supported by 4 laboratories, such as the Laboratory of Soil Chemistry, Soil Physics, Soil Biology, and Plant Resource Information System. Department of Soil has International Research Center for Management of Degraded and Mining Lands and Research Group of Tropical Agroforestry. Department of Soil has a distinctive feature that becomes an advantage, such as learning and research activities focusing on case study and developing science and technology to solve the problem-related mismanagement in natural resources, including agriculture, land, and forestry. Let's come and join with Soil Department for better future and for achieving sustainable development goals.
The Chemistry Laboratory focuses on multifunctional land management landscape, soil fertility degradation, fertilizer design and development. Physics Laboratory provides an understanding of the mechanism governing physical soil behavior and their role in the biosphere. The Biological Laboratory studies soil biological properties, which are very important in terms of organic matter decomposition, mineralization processes, nutrient cycling, and other processes in the soil. The GIS Laboratory develops land resource mapping techniques, including the development of land survey methods and land evaluation. The Plant Pest and Disease Department identifies any kinds of threats to plants in order to preserve them. Preserving plants' health is very important to maintain food availability.
Department of Plant Pest and Disease, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Brawijaya, has a vision to be an excellent department with international standard, contribute to develop of plant pest and disease management based on agroecosystem management through education, research, and community service to achieve sustainable agriculture. Our department offers a comprehensive study plant pest and disease by integrating theoretical knowledge and practical application that cover a subject including plant pathology, entomology, integrated pest management, biological control, and pesticide toxicology. At this time, Department of Plant Pest and Disease is responsible for managing the undergraduate program of Agroecotechnology, Plant Protection Interest, Magister of Plant Pathology, and Magister of Agriculture Entomology. All study programs under the Department of Plant Pest and Disease have been nationally accredited A and have been certified by the Agency for Quality Assurance through accreditation program for the German Accreditation Council. Join with us at Department of Plant Pest and Disease, where knowledge meets innovation, and together we can build a healthier and more sustainable future for all.
Plant Disease Laboratory focuses on identifying diseases that are caused by parasitic organisms such as bacteria, fungi, and viruses. Fungi, bacteria, and viruses are harmful to plants since they take nutrients from plants in order to live and corrupt their host. The pest laboratory studies pests in order to control their population so they will not harm the plants. Studying pests can also be done by breeding them in a rearing laboratory to know their behavior. The postgraduate department provides students to learn deeper knowledge about agriculture and achieve magister and doctoral degrees. The department provides facilities and infrastructures such as integrated class, library, study room, and examination room. The Faculty of Agriculture provides facilities that are able to ensure students have a comfortable place to study and to reduce stress. Tidy classroom with enough lighting and screen projector to make sure that students can feel at ease in class. The rooftop garden is a great place for students to take a break and do some research. Cozy chairs and beanbags are provided so that students are able to do their group assignment comfortably or just have a little chats with their friends. To support lecture activities, the library provides books, journal articles, and research reports. The Faculty of Agriculture also provides place for field activities. Rather than just knowing theories and basic knowledge, the students will also conduct their research and experiments in real time and in the real world field. It is important that they implement what they have learned in class into practice. So we are doing our best to make our students capable of play an active role in the international standard development of agriculture.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We finally get to the last session of today's conference. To all participants, before we start the parallel session, there will be several informations. The first one, for the offline participants, please refer to your program book. If you are assigned at the main hall, please stay here. And if you are assigned at the VIP room, the VIP room will be located near the restaurant. And for the online participants, each of you will be assigned to a breakout room in the Zoom. Please take your time to be prepared because the parallel session will be started shortly. And I'm wishing you good luck and see you later at this main hall.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So, welcome to this parallel sessions of the third International Conference on Environmental, Socio-Economic, and Health Impact of Sustainable Land Management. So, my name is Rika Ratnasari. So, I will be your moderator for this session. Particularly in these sessions, we will focusing on the topic about sustainable land management and land restoration for resilient agroforest ecosystem. So before we begin, I would like to explain about the rule of our sessions. So in this session we have 5 presenters. So each of presenter will have opportunity to present their research for about 10 minutes, and we will have 5 minutes for question and answer. So for now, I will invite 3 of our presenters in this session. So please, Mr. Heru Nurwasito, Mr. Muhammad Rashid Hasan Budiman, also Mr. Arif Firmansyah to come forward. Mr. Muhammad Rashid? Yeah. Okay. So without further ado, so I will give first opportunity to Mr. Heru Nurwasito for present a thing about enhancing coffee productivity and carbon stock in agroforestry system with climate change adaptation model. Yeah, the floor is yours.
Baik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Heru Nurwasito from University of Brawijaya. I will present our article with the enhancing coffee productivity and carbon stock in agroforestry system using One UNCAS model under climate change. This our team. I'm as was author. The second is Prof. Didi Prayoko as our my promoter, and Prof. Cahyo, and the last is Ahmad Ali as a co-author. As introduction, that sustaining productivity under climate change is a very influenced by climate change for the agroforestry system in protecting coffee protection and also carbon stock and what is the flexing of the protection. The coffee pine agroforestry system is on coffee agroforestry based on pine tree, and the benefit of the carbon stock fertility is influenced by the carbon for productivity and the system. This climate change and coffee agroforestry is important for the predicting and optimizing climate change by changing water availability and nutrient dynamic is influence of the productivity and also carbon stock. Effect of the coffee pine tree and interaction is very correlation in processing in agroforestry system. This object of the research, we use the One UNCAS model to simulate agroforestry by climate change by changing simulation of scenario of the 2 months rain earlier or later, also additional with 20% of the rain, also maybe decrease to 20%. And also we compare to the what the irrigation need and the normal with the no irrigation. This productivity focus on productivity and carbon stock and biomass in the climate scenario. And the other thing agribusiness is to change by climate change. Depend on climate change. This an area of the UP forest plot. There are 5 plots with PMP, LC, HC, and MC plot area. This is in location in UP forest. We use methodology for agroforestry plot, LC, HC, and also PMP. Different management practice for coffee and pine. And data collection on production, water and nitrogen balance and carbon stock for the result of the model. And the next scenario, we extend rainy season for 2 months earlier or later, and the rainfall variation with plus 20% or decrease to 20% with early or late in rainfall scenario. And the last is the irrigation and non-irrigation scenario. This is research identification. Climate plays an important role for the forest and agroforestry system. Climate change has a significant impact in the sustainability of productivity plants and the forest. And since 2019, Forest Coffee Land has equipment with the macro climate data logging system from the JAS project. Coffee protection carbon stock are greatly effective to fight climate change. This thinking framework for the processing in the this research. This research method and process. This is equipment for the conventional data logger. But the new equipment we also developed for IoT equipment. But in this research, we use the conventional data logger or data that convert from recover from data old data logger. As a result, we have for productivity coffee for the pest management process or PMP plot. We have the best product for the 423.18 kilogram per hectare. This is an effect of the rainfall variation of coffee growth in the rainy season. The carbon stock, we have 20,000 for 60 113.4 gram per meter persegi. This result as an carbon stock for climate mitigation. And biomass balance, we have 36.5 kilogram per meter persegi persegi. That's the role of the nitrogen carbon and role balance productivity sustainability. As a conclusion, that PMP Scanero enhance coffee productivity that around producing 423.16 kilogram per hectare. This enhanced for the around 5.6% than normal scenario. At the best carbon stock is 20,613.5 gram per meter square. One UCAS is a model useful tools for managing agroforestry system under climate change, especially as a scenario we have used in this result. I think all our research this can be developed in the next research by expanding research in the agroforestry and model validation and also recommendation for policymaker and farmers suitable for agroforestry system. I think that's all. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Heru, for your concise presentation. It's exactly 10 minutes. So if you have any burning question, please write down your questions for now. Later on, you can ask your questions after the third presenter. So now we move on to the second presenter, Mr. Muhammad Ashif Kasan Budiman. The time is yours.
Thank you very much for the time. Let me introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Ashif. This is my article about integrating indigenous knowledge into sustainable forest management for climate change, adaptation, and mitigation strategies case from southern slope of Mount Slamet, Indonesia, by me, Muhammad Ashif Kasan Budiman, and Hiroki Oe from Ehime University. The frequent natural disaster, extreme weather, and shifting seasonal pattern made people more aware to tangible effect of climate change. And this recognition is increasingly acknowledged by rural communities living near forests, which are among the most vulnerable to the impact of climate change. Indonesia's forest management in 1990s until 2000s was excessively focused on economic exploitation, neglecting social needs and long-term ecological sustainability. The communities living near forests traditionally have indigenous knowledge that allows them to manage forest resources while maintaining ecological balance, conserving biodiversity, and supporting sustainable livelihood. Integrating indigenous knowledge into sustainable forest management can be achieved by incorporating traditional wisdom value into all forest management activities. Then, governments and policymakers can develop more suitable strategies for coping with climate change challenge. The study explored how indigenous knowledge could be integrated into sustainable forest management to support climate change adaptation and mitigation strategies, and provides an overview of the relationship between current practice and modern scientific approach. And then to demonstrate how this integration effort could lead to more effective and sustainable in forest ecosystem management. The study conducted in April to May in 2024 in southern slope of Mount Slamet in Gunung Lurah, Sukawera, and Sunyalangu village in Banyumas Regency, Central Java, Indonesia, which is more than 50% from total area is tropical forest, both natural and plantation. This study used a participatory learning action, or PLA, approach, which emphasizing the involvement of the community to gain comprehensive understanding of their unique situation. Subjects was community, near forest, and data collecting by rural observation, in-depth interview, questionnaire, and focus group discussion. The result, community living around the forest on the southern slope of Mount Slamet belongs to the Banyumasan Javanese ethnic group, which has distinct characteristics compared to the Javanese people in general. Their openness to knowledge reflected in various cultural aspects such as language, customs, norms, and rituals, especially in study area predominantly Muslim. They have a moral anchor to sort out good or bad based on formal rules, customs, and faith or religion. The modern approach with state-owned company is formal concession holders have influenced sustainable forest management activities. This creates compromise in forest management through agroforestry in perhutani plantation forest, which local communities call the alas contract or contracted forest. And the relationship between the community and the company resulted in a unique spatial management pattern. The community generally familiar with dividing space based on topography, like in picture, we can see people protect and maintain the existence of sacred forests and agricultural focus on the foothill of valley. The community groups live permanently in no more than 300 house, known as grumbul. In one grumbul, there is generally one implied local leadership structure. This leadership structure has naturally been patterned into a well-organized local leadership pattern that include formal, customary, and spiritual leadership, and all of which support each other equally. The customary leader or kamitua transfer knowledge to the community through advice and actions. When kamitua pass away, the prepared successor were usually guided by kiai or ustad to provide Islamic perspective to maintain the purity of customs without deviation for Islamic ways. And the survey was completed by 90 individuals living near forest. Each village represented by 30 respondents and distributed across 7 grumbul in Pesawahan, Rinjing, Kubangan, Semingkir, Baron, Semaya, and Cibun. The majority respondent was mainly men with age 40 until 50 years old. And the profession was forest farmers with 4 dependents. And the last education, elementary school with monthly income under 500,000 rupiah. They utilize 0.25 hectare forest area with experience more than 10 years. And that profiles show the community in the study area has a strong connection to the forest resource. The community has long practiced forest utilization based on indigenous knowledge passed down from generation to generation and holds value that are relevant to modern development, guided by kami tua and indigenous knowledge was passed down through in three management types by spatial, temporal, and functional. Conservation area determined by sacred sites, namely tablet or signifying remnant of important past event. The sites are considered a historical landmark believed to the location of significant activities in the past and often take the form of specific structures, whether restored or not. Like in the picture, we can see the structure of tablet. And the study identified a total 40 tablet, all of which were natural sacred sites, even inside or outside forest area. And management system of the tablet similar to modern conservation management. The community is also familiar with the boundaries between zones marked by growth of specific trees, likely Nagasari trees or Mesua ferrea. The forest management institution based on space design were reflected in the customary rules that bind the community. We can see how customary rules play a role, led by kami tua as those responsible, starting from providing knowledge to giving sanction to those who violate them. And in this study, we successfully mapped three sacred forests that have the same zoning pattern. We can see in the picture the sacred forest in Gunung Lurah, Sokawera, and Sunyalangu, all of which intersect with state forest area, making them important area of sustainable forest management. In the forest management based on temporal or time, the people still follow a traditional calendar. They call Pranata Mangsa or Pranata Mongso. It used for various activities, including managing natural resource such as forests by determining the timing. In the calendar helps in understanding the weather and seasons by observing natural phenomena. The forest management typically follows the Tumpang Sari method, where communities are familiar with the environment requires for each utilized species. In the study, the respondent reported total 27 production species, which were identified about commodities and byproduct. And three top was cardamom, coffee, and cloves. The community selects specific plant species to protect important area like steppe area, riverbank area around spring, and rocky cliff. And they use a vegetative land conservation approach based on their customary knowledge of each function of three species, likely aren, benda, pucung, and waru. And based on interview with kami tua, POK and POK FGD, 6 species identified as spiritual function to community. There is Nagasari, Beringin, Kelor, Sayudan, Pumpe, and Kakanat trees. In this research, we identified 5 activities that are intentionally initiated for climate change adaptation and mitigation action. But communities actually carry out mitigation and adaptation action without realizing in through their indigenous knowledge. We identified forest rehabilitation movement, traditional to plant the trees in forest during significant event, climate change and nature educational forest school. Then diversification of food resource from forest adjustment the Pranata Mangsa. And we suggest for the developing their effort to enhance the technical planning, implementation, and evaluation through 3 stages. from identifying action, making improvement, and promoting them. We can see from the planning, then implementation is also implementation, and until evaluation. And the conclusion, the social structure in the research are primarily comprised individuals who work in the forest either as their main job or as their side job. And the last, the formal protection of traditional institutions necessary to guarantee the sustainability of their effort. Maybe that's all. Thank you very much for the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ashif. It is really interesting presentations highlighting the importance of indigenous knowledge to achieve the sustainable forest management. So now let's move on to our next presenter, Mr. Arif Firmansyah. The floor is yours.
Okay, Mrs. Srika, thank you for your opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. Dear honorable for the all participants, presenters, and speakers who have attended in this opportunity. First, please me to introduce myself. My name is Arif Firmansyah. I as research assistant of research group Tropical Agroforestry. Here I representative for the another authors will present about the result of our study in the title The Impact of Land Use System and Soil Depth on Earthworm Diversity and Ecological Function in Coffee Agroforestry. Okay, our research is based on its widely proven the agroforestry system as a key solution for sustainable agriculture practices to maintain above and below ground biodiversity and soil health. Besides that, research related to soil health in agroforestry has been conducted in mountain areas that have thick soil solume. As we can see in this picture, the mountain area have the deeper solume compared than the karst area. But now we move on to focus on karst area as a marginal land that characterized by the shallow solumes. Little research has been done on soil health, especially in agroforestry system. And for this statement, the question arises, what about the soil health in agroforestry system in its shallow solumes? Our study is focused on earthworm density and diversity as indicator of soil health. The earthworm diversity we studied in diversity of earthworm ecological function because earthworm are divided into three types based on their ecological function, namely epigeic, endogic, and anesic. Maybe more information I will to explain in the next slide. Before I explain about the ecological function of earthworm, please me to further explain the second background of the issue of drought limitation in agroforestry. Drought is not always caused by climatic condition, but can also be caused by solume depth. The depth of soil solume can be characterized by the depth of water table. It has been proven that previous research by Abdullah et al. And Saputra et al. That in agroforestry system, drought can occur based on the space for roots to grow in the soil. This is relation to shallow soil solume condition and shallow compacted zone, causing competition for water and nutrient in the soil. Compacted zone, so resulting in reduced productivity in agroforestry. It is necessary to explore the soil health condition from the effect of different soil solume depth based on the depth of water table. It's representative for earthworm population and the diversity of ecological function. Next is I will to explain about the function, ecological function group of earthworm. So as I say before, the earthworm from the ecological function divided into three. There are epigeic that have is tend to active in the surface soil surface. And the anesic is worm that eats litter and break in into the soil, and while the endozoic is the earthworm that are active and get food in the soil. Our research was conducted in Klepu, Sumbermanjing Village, Sumbermanjing Wetan, Klepu Village, Sumbermanjing Wetan Subdistrict, Malang District, East Java, Indonesia. In this location, several land use systems can be found and dominated by agroforestry system. In addition, there are two types of water table, including shallow water table and deep water table, which represent by two types of solum depths. Shallow water table has a shallow compacted zone and restricted root development. And its solum depth type also split by three different land use systems. And this is the land use system. There are coffee-based compact agroforestry or CAF, and coffee-based simple agroforestry or SAF, and sugarcane monoculture or SM. We calculate the earthworm density and diversity in 24 observation plots. There are 3 land use systems, plus 2 solum and 4 replications. The land characterized based on the basal area and tree population. Overall, the agroforestry system land is dominated by the coffee arabica tree. In addition, based on land use system, CAF has a higher basal area and tree population than other land use system in both depth types. Generally, the farmer using the combination of inorganic fertilizer and good manure, and only in the sugarcane monoculture, the farmer burning the harvest residues as organic matter. Our research measured earthworm density and diversity, and earthworm density based on population and biomass, and earthworm diversity based on Shannon-Weiner index. Earthworm diversity based on the ecological function of the earthworm. We collected earthworm sample using the frame size 50 past 50 centimeter with the TSDF protocol, and the diversity of ecological function. First, we identification by external characteristic and continue with the Shannon-Weiner index. And the statistical analysis, earthworm population, biomass of earthworm and H index of earthworm did not distribute it normally, with threat from various equation for data transformation. So we continued with the non-parametric analysis using Kruskal-Walling test, because there are more than 2 factors. There are land use system, solum, and depth, and we continued with the POSEC test with using Friedman test. And this is the first result of our study. The earthworm population across land use system, solum, and depth. There are no significant variation in the effect of depth on population, such between shallow and deep cell solum. Earthworm population are generally highest at the 10 centimeters depth compared to 20 centimeter and 30 centimeter depth. And the comparison across land use system, a significant interaction such as the effect of soil depth on the population varies across different land use system location. And the variation in earthworm population is higher in the agroforestry compared to monoculture. But on average, in highlight with a red box, it means the population in the highest is in monoculture at 0 up to 10 centimeters. Next, we about the earthworm biomass across land use system, solum, and depth. The result is the biomass varies across the different land use system and depths, with higher biomass generally found at the 10 centimeter depths, especially in the SAF and CAF land use system. In monoculture system, that biomass tends to be lower. The change in earthworm biomass across different soil depths depend on specific land use system, with biomass at the 10 centimeter depth being higher compared to deeper depths. In the second approach, it means the regression length, such as the increase in leaf litter, positively impact earthworm biomass at a depth of 0 up to 10 centimeters. Our research found the 6 different genus of earthworm, including Pantoscolex, Lumbricus, Perionyx, Amyntas, and 2 types of Perithema. The determination of the genus is known from the identification of external characteristic, including the shape of prostomium, the shape of petallum, the number of segments, and the others. The table on the right shows the distribution of various earthworm genera in soil with a different xylem, shallow and deep xylem. Pontoscolex was found in all sites and soil depths, and the soil with the shallow xylem had a more earthworm species found, which may be related to more favorable condition for earthworm life in soil layer closer to the surface. The next is about the earthworm population based on ecological function. And the picture above is about the different soil xylem significantly affect different functional group earthworm. And the picture below is mean the significant interaction effect p value close to 0 is found. It's indicating that relationship between the system and the number of individuals depends on the ecological function. And the image right, the different feeding and living habits of 3 groups of earthworm. As I said before, the epigeic worms live in the leaf litter, and the jet burrow shallowly in the soil, and anesic make vertical burrows. And although only a few anesic and epigeic worms are found, there were still vermicompost or catching from the earthworm active in the field. This slide shows that earthworm diversity measured using the Shannon-Weiner was higher in the shallow xylem soils and in agroforestry system or CAF compared to monoculture or SM. The diversity was influenced by the concentration of root biomass and organic matter in the topsoil, as roots were unable to penetrate the dense soil layer, thus increasing organic matter and supporting more earthworm species. The last slide. Tecomycetes, there are tecomycetes that in this research, but biomass and population were influenced not just by depth alone, but by a combination of depth and specific site on soil characteristic. And the second is different land use system and soil xylem create environments that favor different ecological function of earthworms. And the third, it highlights the complexity of soil plants interaction and indicates that different environmental conditions at different sites and soil layers have distinct effects on organisms living in the soil. And the last, this interaction may warrant further investigation to better understand the underlying mechanism driving the difference, and the studying the effect of organic matter input and specific soil properties, including environmental conditions across land use system and xylem depths. So maybe it's enough. I return to Mrs. Suka.
Okay, give applause.
Thank you very much, Arif. Okay, we have pretty comprehensive topic for the first session of this discussion. So starting from evaluating the scenario for agroforestry using Van Holka's model, and then after that the importance of integrating indigenous knowledge for sustainable forest management, and
go deeply into the plot level specific research about soil health related with the earthworm. So now we still have around 10 minutes for question and answer session. So if you have any question, please raise your hand and mention your name. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm Loni. I'm a postgraduate in water management. I want Mr. Ari. You explained that there are three types of earthworm. There is a epigeic, endogeic, and anasic. And you found Pontoscolex in all land uses. Why does Pontoscolex as endogeic type dominate in all land use? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Leonie. Any other question? Anyone? Yeah. While waiting, maybe I will ask to the second presenter, to Mr. Ashif, because your presentation is really interesting for me. Yeah, basically, I also have a similar research regarding with that. So, because you mentioning about the importance of indigenous knowledge on achieving sustainable forest management. So I was wondering, do you have any idea to what extent does this indigenous knowledge has been incorporated to our policy regarding to the forest? That one is for Mr. Ashif. Maybe anyone still have a question again, especially for Mr. Heru? Anyone? Because I actually also a bit curious with your presentation, Pak Heru, because you use one Lucas, right, in the research. So you mentioned about LC. If I'm not mistaken, you haven't explained about what is LC means. And then after that, from your presentation, you mentioned that the BMP, base management practices, is pretty good, yeah. But LC only can improve well for the carbon sequestration. And then, do you have any suggestion how to improve the productivity in LC? As the LC, if I'm not mistaken, the productivity is lower than BMP, right? So do you have some suggestion regarding with that? Okay. Maybe Arif, do you want to answer? Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for your question, Ms. Leonie. I will to answer. The question is why Pontus Collect was found in all land use system. In previous research says the Pontus Collect is one of invasive earthworm species that can survive in various land use system. So the earthworm species is more tolerant in agroforestry and in monoculture system.
Okay, now to the second presenter. Yeah, my question about the policy. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the question. I think this is interesting to me, the researcher, to develop this study to the next step. Maybe next step we can help the community to give them like a social forest day, like in the presentation, the first lecture. Maybe the social forest day scenario, that is the best option to give them to give customary forest a legal institution for our policy and our law. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. can I have a small feedback on that one? Yeah. So because you're also mentioning that there are so many type of tree species, right? Tree species, plant species that you reported in your presentations. I also see that your respondent is actually different type of gender and also ages, right? So do you find any interesting pattern? For example, the old farmer prefer to choose some certain type of forest management or not?
In my research, I'm not yet to found like that the different gender or different. That's similar. That's all similar, and all of them answer the questionnaire. Answer the questionnaire, which is that the same pattern, and yeah, maybe the different just a little, maybe different just a little, maybe the knowledge not 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 delivered to them or something like that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification.
Okay, thank you. For LC, it's a low management coffee. But as a result of the productivity, we have the best position in pest management practices. But in LC actually have produced biomass, best biomass in the pine tree. For our results, we have a product enhancement in PMP is 44.6% enhanced, and the biomass about 5%, and carbon stock enhanced 28.8% enhancement. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So before I close the first part of this sessions, I will ask once again to the floor. Is there any other question? No? Okay, if no, then I will close the first session, the first part of this session. Please give applause to our presenter here. Please come forward. Yes. Thank you very much. Okay. Don't go anywhere because we still have two more presenter to continue. Yeah, so now I will invite Miss Sylvia Febiona and also Mr. Arega Dwi Putra to come forward. Okay, so yeah. So to start, so I will give the first opportunity to Miss Sylvia. So Sylvia will present about the changes in soil chemical and physical properties of coffee agroforestry in UB forest after land fire. So Sylvia, please, the time is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sylvia Fabiana, and I will be presenting our research. The title is Changes in Soil Chemical and Physical Properties of Coffee Agroforestry in UB Forest After Wildfire.
Okay, because of the technical issues, so maybe we will swap a little bit for the presentation. So we will invite Mr. Arega Dwi Putra to present your study first. Is that possible? Yeah, okay. So Mr. Arega, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. I am Arega Dwi Putra. Now, I will present our research with title Agroforestry for Soil Health with Evaluation of Microbial Biomass Carbon and Earthworm. Case study in a flash flood area on the slope of Mount Arjuna, East Java, Indonesia. The conversion from natural forest to intensive agriculture continues to increase every year. This makes land open and has an impact of surface runoff. On sloping land, this land, the open as it high at risk of erosion and landslide. This occurs due to the loss of buffer and due to increase the infiltration rate. In dry season, there will often be In dry season, there will often be the forest fire, and in rainy season, tree damage with flooding, one of which is flash flood. In 2021, there was flash flood on the slope of Mount Arjuna, leaving the land degraded. This occurs due to the loss of buffer, due to a decrease in vegetation density and diversity, and so this can be overcome by implementing with agroforestry system. The agroforestry system is the right system to implement because it can increase the input of litter and so can increase the soil carbon. The agroforestry system can also increase tree species and density and canopy cover, which has an effect on improving to microclimate and humidity. And so this can support the activity of soil organisms such as macroorganism earthworm and microorganism microbial biomass carbon. Our research objective to evaluating the topsoil health based on measurement of earthworm density and microbial biomass carbon from various land use systems affected by flash flood on the slope of Mount Arjuna. The survey was carried out in various land use systems affected by flash flood on the slope of Mount Arjuna in July 2023 until January 2024. The sample taken in two subwatershed affected by flash flood in Kalisari subwatershed and Kalilanang subwatershed. The sample taken in 6 types of land use system in the production forest area owned by Perhutani is agroforestry protected area, high production forest, multistrata agroforestry, simple agroforestry, tangerine orchid and vegetables monoculture. This plot scheme to sampling earthworm and microbial biomass carbon. The sample for earthworm and MBC taken in main plot 20 by 20 meter in 5 points. The higher total trees in multistrata agroforestry, while the higher tree basal area in simple agroforestry. This result shows that the AFM land or multistrata agroforestry land has a variety of trees but the smaller of trees diameter compared in simple agroforestry has a large trees diameter. A soil depth 0 until 10 centimeter has an average population earthworm is 15 individual per meter square. The highest compared in depth 2 and 3, 10 until 20 and 20 until 30 centimeter, with average population earthworm 18 and 9 individual per meter square. This analysis statistics show that in 3 best land use system, AFKL, HP, AFM, and AFS, have a population earthworm significant compared in land monoculture, HB and TS. This result for measurement biomass earthworm in soil depth 0 until 10 centimeter has an average earthworm biomass earthworm is 26.17 gram per meter square. The higher compare in depth 2 and 3 with average biomass earthworm in 7 and 3 gram per meter square. And this result show that in 3 best land use system, has an biomass earthworm significant compared in land monoculture. This result for litter quality with population and biomass earthworm. This result show that the low CN ratio can increase the worm density because the carbon as an energy resource and can support the activity of cell organism is earthworm. And so the lower CN ratio can increase the litter decomposition. In tree-based land use system has an average microbial biomass carbon 21 microgram per gram, while in land monoculture has a 38% lower compared in tree-based land use system with average microbial biomass carbon in 14 microgram per gram. And in depth 1, 0 until 10 centimeter has an average microbial biomass carbon 29 microgram per gram. And in depth 2 and 3 has an 25.7%, the lower compared in depth 1 with average microbial biomass carbon 16 microgram per gram. This result for measurement MBC show that the tree-based land use system can support the activity of microorganisms. The higher litter quality can increase the microbial biomass carbon. In 1 megagram litter biomass on soil surface can increase microbial biomass carbon 3.74 microgram per gram. And in 1 lignin to nitrogen ratio can increase microbial biomass carbon 0.64 microgram per gram. This result show that in tree-based land use system can increase the input of litter and so can increase the microbial biomass carbon. This result for test effectiveness show that the microbial biomass carbon have an 5 times greater relative responsiveness compared to say organic, and biomass earthworm have an relative responsiveness same with say organic. This result for test effectiveness show that the microbial biomass carbon and biomass earthworm can be used as an indicator of soil health. The agroforestry can reduce gmix caused by flash flood through the important role of soil organism. An agroforestry system that integrate trees and agricultural plant creates an environment that support a diversity of soil organisms that influence soil health. Microbial biomass carbon can be used as an indicator of soil health with a relative responsiveness value MBC 5 times greater than C organic, while the biomass earthworm has a relative responsiveness same with C organic. So, microbial biomass carbon and earthworm can be used as an indicator of soil health. Thank you for your attention. Good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Arega. For your interesting presentations, especially highlighting the importance of agroforestry systems to improve the land after the flash flood. So now we will move on to the second presenter, which actually also have a similar topic, but not flash flood, but related with the land fire. So, Ms. Sylvia, the floor is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sylvia Fabiona, and I will be presenting our research. The title is Changes in Soil Chemical and Physical Properties of Coffee Agroforestry in UB Forest After Land Fire. Okay, climate change and human activity have significantly increased the frequency and intensity of land fire globally. The recent severe land fire in UB Forest offer a valuable opportunity to investigate the immediate and long-term impacts of land fire on soil properties. As we know, land fire can reduce soil cover and litter layer. Land fire increase soil temperature and potential effect to soil organism in topsoil. Land fire may affect to soil organic matter and soil nutrient through ash and charcoal. These changes can significantly affect both the physical and chemical properties of the soil. And this research aims to analyze the chemical and physical properties in coffee agroforestry system within UB forests and following a land fire. Okay, so samples were collected in March 2024 from a study site located in UB Forest, Sumbersari Village, Tawang Argo, Karangpolo, Malang. A survey-based research design was employed in this study, but selection was determined based on burned and unburned area, and control is protected area. The plot size was 20 meters by 20 meters with 4 replication for each treatment at 2 depth level, 0 until 10 centimeters and 10 until 30 centimeters. Soil samples were collected from 3 distinct locations within the coffee pine plantation. The first is near coffee trees. The second is near pine trees, and the third is between coffee and pine trees. Okay, the study focused on the parameter of climate, vegetation, and soil. So, the canopy cover was not significantly affected by the fire. The loss of surface literature too, the land fire has increased the soil's susceptibility to degradation, particular erosion and compaction, especially during the rainy season, due to the reduced natural protection provided by the litter layer. The significant increase of 18.89% in plot density, accompanied by a 15.53% decrease in porosity on the parent land, indicate a substantial soil compaction, particularly in the topsoil layer. This is attributed to the loss of organic matter and the destruction of soil structure caused by the fire and rainfall during the beginning of rainy season. The compact soil condition, hidden water infiltration, soil aeration, and root growth. Our study revealed a significant decrease in soil pH and organic carbon content in burned area of UB forest compared to unburned area. The 33.4% reduction in organic carbon is attributed to vegetation cover loss and thermal decomposition resulting from the fire, leading to reduced organic matter input and accelerated decomposition rate. The decrease in pH is likely due to the leaching of soil beds by rainfall. The trend of low cation exchange capacity was observed in the Fern agroforestry at 33.35 in the topsoil. This decrease in CEC is likely attributed to the gradual release of nutrients as organic matter decompose following the fire. Okay, correlation analysis of the topsoil revealed a strong positive correlation between organic carbon and pH and porosity. This finding aligns with previous study indicating that higher organic carbon content in soil is associated with increased porosity. Okay, the land fire significantly reduced soil organic carbon and soil porosity by 15.53%. In contrast, soil density increased by 18.89% in the top layer. Meanwhile, the pH and CEC of the soil in the pH2 didn't show significant difference as compared to the other land use, with the lowest average pH being 4.86 and CEC 33.35. The relationship with between organic carbon and pH and porosity show a positive correlation, indicating that soil with high soil organic matter has a high soil pH and porosity. Okay, thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sylvia, for really brief and concise presentations. So in this second part, we have a pretty, connected presentations to evaluate the performance of agroforestry systems after natural disaster. So the first speaker is related with the flash flood, and then the second one is related with the forest fire. So now we still have around 10 minutes for the question and answer session. So if you have any questions, just raise your hand.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Adipa from the postgraduate from social management. I have a question for both the presenter. First is for Mr. Arega. From your result, the tree basal area in the vegetable monoculture land use system is higher than the tree basal area in the tangerine orchard. Why do you think it happened, and does it still count as a monoculture land if the tree basal area is higher rather than the orchard? And my second question goes for Ms. Sylvie. The result shows that there is a decrease in the soil pH value. From what I know, that it is usually the land fires affected the value and it increased the soil pH. Why did you think that the rainfall could affect the soil pH? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the question. The land use system of vegetables monoculture, or TS, there are trees that have been lived alive by farmers as a conservation effort. So there are still many trees. The large tree diameter found in land use system vegetables monoculture compared in land use system tangerine orchid.
Okay. This can be explained by factors like fire intensity, fire frequency, vegetation, and microclimate in this study area. The leaching of beds during the high rainfall period is the most probably cause of the observed pH decline, like that.
I think that's enough. Thank you for the answer, and thank you. And congratulations for completing the presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you. So is there any questions? Yeah. Mr. Heru.
Okay, thank you. For the first presenter, how about the agroforestry productivity effect of the forest fire in maybe decrease or increase the result of productivity plan in the agroforestry? Thank you.
Okay. Any other question? Yeah. Afi? Okay, thank you for opportunity. I am Afigur Fanda Putri Pradani. I want to ask two questions. First, to Ms. Sylvia, why the sampling only at two depths, that is 0 to 10 centimeter depths and 10 to 30? And the second, for Mr. Arega, why the presenter choose earthworm and microbial biomass carbon or MBC as an indicator? Why not other organism? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Afi. So for Arega, you have two questions. So the first question is, how about the productivity of agroforestry after, oh no, for Sylvia, yeah. And for Arega, the question is about why you choose earthworm and also MBC as part of your research. So.
Thank you for the question. Why we choose the earthworm and MBC for our research? Because earthworm and MBC can be used as an indicator of soil health. Earthworm and MBC play an important role on the process litter decomposition, nutrient regulation, and stability of soil structure. The earthworm can help with aeration and processing of material organic, while the microbial biomass carbon can support the stability of ecosystem. This research of Fauci et al. 1994 says that the indicator of soil health must be able to differentiate the impact of various land management. The total say organic carbon is a one indicator to describe the soil health. But how to earthworm and MBC? Earthworm and MBC can be used as an indicator of soil health because earthworm and MBC can change and respond to land management. Before total C organic change and respond, earthworm and MBC can change and respond first. So, earthworm and MBC are early indicator of change in total C organic. And our results show that the test effectiveness, the microbial biomass carbon have a relative responsiveness 5 times greater compared to C organic, and earthworm, biomass earthworm, have a relative responsiveness same with C organic. Our results show that MBC and earthworm can be used as an indicator of soil health.
Okay, the first question is, yeah, is there any decrease on productivity of coffee after the forest fire?
Okay. Now, in our research, UB forest after land fire, the coffee is not produced, so we cannot to see decrease or increase the production of coffee. And so the second question is, sampling strategy was based on prior research, indicating that land fire more significant change in the topsoil, 0 until 10 centimeters, and while change in the 10 until 13 centimeters that are less significant, like that.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. I actually still wondering on your research. You mentioned that you have a plot burn and unburn. So in your plot, how many periods of your research that you have been already conducted, especially 5 years after burning or just 1 month after the burning?
3 months after
3
burning.
months.
Yeah.
Okay. We still have 2 more minutes for the last question. If you still have something that you need to confirm or clarify. Yeah. Mr. Ashi?
Thank you very much. Maybe this is very interesting research, and I would like to ask to Arega many value and you presented in this presentation, and that's so interesting. And my question is, how about the value compared to the other forest or agroforestry in maybe in Java or in Indonesia in close similar climate condition, because I see the microclimate that's very close to the other forest, maybe in Java or Sumatra. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah. So you can answer it directly. If you compare with the similar system, right? The result of
Climate condition maybe. Similar climate condition. Your forest be your research in on Arjun. In the other area, like in Mount Semeru or the other mountains.
So what do you think if you do you have any information about other research that have been conducted in other mountain, for example, because your research is in Arjuna mountain, right? So do you have any information from other mountains? And then if yes, does it different, the result?
Thank you for the question. I think this research with the same scheme dengan skema yang sama, with the same scheme can be conducted in all places, because the result is for land and in the slope of Mount Arjuna for the land. So this research for measurement MBC and earthworm can implement in other place. The same with condition in slope Arjuna.
Do you have any information? Is there any similar research about MBC that has been conducted in other area?
No, I research because about microbial biomass carbon in Sumatra, West Sumatra, for measurement microbial biomass carbon, and the result for microbial biomass carbon in this method, in this sampling, for taken sampling, for measurement MBC, can implement in other place.
Okay.
Maybe I can give the feedback, maybe about the value of the result compared both of them.
Yeah, the value of your research in both area, for example, is that worth it to be conducted again?
Yeah.
Or you should change it, or maybe you don't need to measure MBC, just leave it. You should measure another variable, for example, or you should measure it because this is important. So which one?
Yeah, this research for measurement can implement in other place. And for measurement MBC in a slope of Mount Arjuna, now I research in West Sumatra for measurement microbial biomass carbon. This result for two places show the effective for indicator of soil health.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Afif, Mr. Asif, sorry. Yeah, so it means that apart from the earthworm as a soil biological indicator that we frequently use now, the MBC is also play important part to be measured to indicate that the soil is healthy or not, maybe something like that. Yeah, so we are in the end of these sessions. So thank you very much for all of the presenter and all of the participants who joined these sessions. And I would like to also mention that for all of the participants, you are, you need to fill up the link so you can get your e-certificate for that one after this session. So thank you very much, and see you again tomorrow for the second session on agroforestry and also in green economy. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Jam 8. Oke. Ya.
Iya, Ibu mau bilang yang mana? Atau ini nanti aku.
Oh, ini aku yang terakhir aja ya.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings to all participants, both offline and online session. And we really hope that you are doing well on your presentation. The parallel session is the closing agenda for today's conference. Please do not forget that we still have the second day for the conference. And for your information, the registration will be start at 8 a.m. at the same place at this main hall at the Arjuna Tiga. It is for the offline participant and also for the online participants.
On behalf of the committee, we would like to say thank you very much for both online and offline participants. Please stay safe, stay healthy, and see you tomorrow. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Here in the Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Brawijaya, our vision is to become an international standard agricultural education institution that plays an active role in the development of science, technology, sustainable management of natural resources, and the development of agriculture management.
The agricultural sector plays an important role in the social, economic, environment, and rural development. The Faculty of Agriculture has a vision of becoming an international institution of agricultural higher education. We play an active role in the development of agricultural science with a focus on environmental sustainability, tropical agriculture, and agroforestry, realized through providing education, research, and community services. We will be committed to always providing the best performance and the latest innovation according to development in science while collaborating with all stakeholders at national and international level.
The Faculty of Agriculture has 5 departments. Agricultural Socio-Economic Department facilitates students to learn applied research for scientific development and policy establishment.
Agricultural Socio-Economic Department, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Brawijaya, is committed to becoming an international standard and play an active role in socio-economic development. We focus on producing high-quality graduates with excellent knowledge and skill demanded by the market and professional industry. Our department has 5 specialized laboratories to support diverse areas of study and research, including agriculture, economic and development policy, agribusiness communication and extension, agribusiness production and operation management, agribusiness financial and marketing management, also the rural sociology and community empowerment. Our comprehensive approach combines theoretical knowledge with practical experience to facing development of agricultural sector in the future.
The main hall, a large room for workshop, seminars, talk shows, and other necessities, is used for a special occasion. The meeting room, to hold a meeting and formal discussion. The multimedia room provides students to achieve further learning about their soft skills. The computer room is used for tests and exams. It also provides a podcast and live streaming room for the students to openly express their ideas, thoughts, and opinions related to agriculture. Agronomy department facilitates students with technology and knowledge that meet an international standard.
Our department focus on yield quality through improvement crop production. Our activity interests in the laboratory and also field activity involved in plant physiology, plant breeding, environment, and climatology. Besides that, Department of Agronomy has 2 technical unit activities as the biotechnology and tissue culture. Hopefully, students are graduated from our department has the huge competency that require on the agriculture workplaces in the future.
Laboratories are provided to support students' researches and learning. The Laboratory of Plant Physiology studies the process of plant life. the processes in which plants perform physical, chemical, and biological processes. The Laboratory of Crop and Environment contributes to the resource management of marginal land. The Plant Breeding Laboratory helps students learn the skills necessary for plant breeding that is related to genetics, biotechnology, and cross-technology. The Laboratory of Climatology assists in the field of climate for determining the suitability of plant environment.
Tissue Culture Laboratory is a laboratory dedicated to lectures, observations, and research in the field of plant tissue.
Soil Science Department provides knowledge about land and soil management in order to avoid mismanagement of land resources that could lead to natural resource damage and ecological crisis.
The Department of Soils manages 3 study programs, including Master in Soil and Water Management, undergraduate program of Forestry and Agroecotechnology with an interest in land resource management, while in the Research and Community Services, the Department of Soil focus on natural resource management, both agricultural and forestry, with various fields of study, including soil science, land and forest resource management, soil chemistry and fertility, soil biology and health, irrigation, soil physics and soil conservation, and watershed health, precision agriculture, tropical forestry, forest conservation, and agrotechnology. To support the implementation of research, the Soil Department is supported by 4 laboratories, such as the Laboratory of Soil Chemistry, Soil Physics, Soil Biology, and Land Resource Information System. Department of Soil has International Research Center for Management of Degraded and Mining Lands and Research Group of Tropical Agroforestry. Department of Soil has a distinctive feature that becomes an advantage, such as learning and research activities focusing on case study and developing science and technology to solve the problem-related mismanagement in natural resource, including agriculture, land, and forestry. Let's come and join with Soil Department for better future and for achieving sustainable development goals.
The Chemistry Laboratory focuses on multifunctional land management landscape, soil fertility degradation, fertilizer design and development. Physics Laboratory provides an understanding of the mechanism governing physical soil behavior and their role in the biosphere. The Biological Laboratory studies soil biological properties, which are very important in terms of organic matter decomposition, mineralization processes, nutrient cycling, and other processes in the soil. The GIS Laboratory develops land resource mapping techniques, including the development of land survey methods and land evaluation. The Plant Pest and Disease Department identifies any kinds of threats to plants in order to preserve them. Preserving plants' health is very important to maintain food availability.
Department of Plant Pest and Disease, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Brawijaya, has a vision to be an excellent department with international standard, contribute to develop of plant pest and disease management based on agroecosystem management through education, research, and community service to achieve sustainable agriculture. Our department offers a comprehensive study plant pest and disease by integrating theoretical knowledge and practical application that cover a subject including plant pathology, entomology, integrated pest management, biological control, and pesticide toxicology. At this time, Department of Plant Pest and Disease is responsible for managing the undergraduate program of Agroecotechnology, Plant Protection Interest, Magister of Plant Pathology, and Magister of Agriculture Entomology. All study programs under the Department of Plant Pest and Disease have been nationally accredited A and have been certified by the Agency for Quality Assurance through accreditation program for the German Accreditation Council. Join with us at Department of Plant Pest and Disease, where knowledge meet innovation, and together we can build a healthier and more sustainable future for all.
Plant Disease Laboratory focuses on identifying diseases that are caused by parasitic organisms such as bacteria, fungi, and viruses. Fungi, bacteria, and viruses are harmful to plants since they take nutrients from plants in order to live and corrupt their host. The pest laboratory studies pests in order to control their population so they will not harm the plants. Studying pests could also be done by breeding them in a rearing laboratory to know their behavior. The postgraduate department provides students to learn deeper knowledge about agriculture and achieve magister and doctoral degrees. The department provides facilities and infrastructures such as integrated class, library, study room, and examination room. The Faculty of Agriculture provides facilities that are able to ensure students have a comfortable place to study and to reduce stress. Tidy classroom with enough lighting and screen projector to make sure that students can feel at ease in class. The rooftop garden is a great place for students to take a break and do some research. Cozy chairs and beanbags are provided so that students are able to do their group assignment comfortably or just have a little chats with their friends. To support lecture activities, the library provides books, journal articles, and research reports. The Faculty of Agriculture also provides place for field activities. Rather than just knowing theories and basic knowledge, the students will also conduct their research and experiments in real time and in the real-world field. It is important that they implement what they have learned in class into practice. So we are doing our best to make our students capable of play an active role in the international standard development of agriculture.
Welcome to Universitas Brawijaya. Universitas Brawijaya has once again been recognized as the most sought-after campus in 2023. Let us examine some possible factors that contribute to its prestigious status. The quality of Universitas Brawijaya is renowned worldwide, as evidenced by numerous accreditations from national and international institutions. This commitment to quality is in line with its vision to become a pioneer and reformer with an international reputation in science and technology, particularly in support of culture-based industries for the betterment of the community. Universitas Brawijaya offers a wide range of study programs, with 18 faculties and 185 study programs available across its 4 campuses, catering to the diverse interests of prospective students. Universitas Brawijaya prides itself on its comprehensive and modern facilities. The main campus spans 48 hectares and is equipped with cutting-edge educational, research, and administrative facilities in each faculty. Additionally, the campus provides health facilities, sports amenities, and campus-wide Wi-Fi connectivity. Since its establishment in 1963, Universitas Brawijaya has successfully produced thousands of outstanding graduates. The university is dedicated to cultivating independent, disciplined, and competitive individuals, equipping them with the skills needed to succeed in the global workforce. Many of its graduates have successfully secured employment or pursued further studies abroad. Located in the city of Malang, Universitas Brawijaya benefits from its reputation as an educational hub, offering a pleasant climate, beautiful and verdant surroundings, affordable cost of living, and comprehensive facilities. Additionally, it is renowned as a tourist destination and boasts excellent accessibility through various modes of transportation. Universitas Brawijaya students consistently achieve noteworthy accomplishments at both national and international levels, both in academic and non-academic fields. Universitas Brawijaya's commitment as an inclusive university began in 2012, when it opened an alternative selection for people with disabilities to gain access to college education. Inclusive services provided by Universitas Brawijaya are realized in the form of physical and non-physical services, including the forming of the Disability Service Center, which helps students with disabilities during their studies. Considering all the aforementioned factors, it is clear to see why Universitas Brawijaya remains the most highly esteemed university in Indonesia. We welcome you to join Universitas Brawijaya, and together, let us build a noble future.
Kerusakan sumber daya alam, krisis ekologi, dan permasalahan akan pangan yang terjadi saat ini tidak terlepas oleh adanya mismanajemen sumber daya alam.
Dalam mengatasi persoalan tersebut, jurusan tanah sebagai salah satu dari 4 jurusan yang ada di Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Brawijaya memiliki visi menjadi pusat pendidikan dan penelitian di bidang manajemen sumber daya alam sehingga mampu memberikan kontribusi terhadap keberlanjutan penggunaan sumber daya alam serta tanggap terhadap permasalahan yang berkaitan dengan kerusakan lingkungan.
Mengembangkan dan menyebarluaskan ilmu tanah dan memadukannya dengan pengetahuan tanah yang tepat agar diperoleh produksi tanaman yang berkelanjutan untuk meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat dan mengupayakan penggunaan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi atau IPTEK dalam pelestarian sumber daya lingkungan.
Saat ini jurusan tanah mengelola program studi S1, S2, dan S3 yang meliputi S1 Agroekoteknologi, minat manajemen sumber daya lahan, S1 Kehutanan, S2 Pengelolaan Tanah dan Air, dan program studi S3 Program Doktor Ilmu Pertanian, minat pengelolaan sumber daya alam dan lingkungan, serta minat manajemen sumber daya lahan.
Untuk menghasilkan lulusan kehutanan dan pengelolaan tanah dan air, jurusan tanah memiliki sumber daya manusia yang handal dan berkualitas, yang meliputi 8 orang guru besar dan 22 dosen yang bergelar doktor dan master lulusan dalam dan luar negeri, 6 orang tenaga administrasi, 4 PLP, dan 4 teknisi laboratorium. Jurusan tanah memiliki 4 laboratorium, antara lain Laboratorium Kimia, Laboratorium Pedologi, dan Sistem Informasi Sumber Daya Lahan atau PSISDL. Laboratorium Fisika, dan Laboratorium Biologi. Dalam rangka melaksanakan Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, jurusan Tanah melakukan pengabdian masyarakat untuk dapat membantu masyarakat dalam mengembangkan pertanian dengan cara memperbaiki kualitas tanah. Jurusan Tanah melalui Research Group of Tropical Agroforestry mempunyai kerjasama dengan Instansi Central of Ecology and Hydrology (CEH) dengan mendapatkan bantuan alat untuk pengembangan penelitian yang dilakukan di UB Forest. Jurusan Tanah melakukan kerjasama internasional program kuliah 3-in-1 yang mendatangkan dosen dari luar negeri, seperti dari UPM Malaysia, National Pingtung University of Science and Technology.
Here in the Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Brawijaya, our vision is to become an international standard agricultural education institution that plays an active role in the development of science, technology, sustainable management of natural resources, and the development of agriculture management.
The agricultural sector plays an important role in the social, economic, environment, and rural development. The Faculty of Agriculture has a vision of becoming an international institution of agricultural higher education. We play an active role in the development of agricultural science with a focus on environmental sustainability, tropical agriculture, and agroforestry, realized through providing education, research, and community services. We will be committed to always providing the best performance and the latest innovation according to development in science while collaborating with all stakeholders at national and international level.
The Faculty of Agriculture has 5 departments. Agricultural Socio-Economic Department facilitates students to learn applied research for scientific development and policy establishment.
Agricultural Socio-Economic Department, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Brawijaya, is committed to becoming an international standard and play an active role in socio-economic development. We focus on producing high-quality graduates with excellent knowledge and skill demanded by the market and professional industry. Our department has 5 specialized laboratories to support diverse areas of study and research, including agriculture, economic and development policy, agribusiness communication and extension, agribusiness production and operation management, agribusiness financial and marketing management, also the rural sociology and community empowerment. Our comprehensive approach combines theoretical knowledge with practical experience to facing development of agricultural sector in the future.
The main hall, a large room for workshop, seminars, talk shows, and other necessities, is used for a special occasion. The meeting room, to hold a meeting and formal discussion. The multimedia room provides students to achieve further learning about their soft skills. The computer room is used for tests and exams. It also provides a podcast and live streaming room for the students to openly express their ideas, thoughts, and opinions related to agriculture. Agronomy department facilitates students with technology and knowledge that meet an international standard.
Our department focus on yield quality through improvement crop production. Our activity interests in the laboratory and also field activity involved in plant physiology, plant breeding, environment, and climatology. Besides that, Department of Agronomy has 2 technical unit activities as the biotechnology and tissue culture. Hopefully, students are graduated from our department has the huge competency that require on the agriculture workplaces